2014. Tak ešte raz. Tak teraz. Dobré ráno. Moje meno je Michal Hvorecký a
My name is Michal Hvorecký. I am very happy to meet with you at the Central European Forum on this exceptional day, the 17th of November, 25 years after the Velvet Revolution was launched in Prague. This panel is closely related to what was going on after the revolution. It will relate to one of grand themes, that is relationship between church and state, family, and I will speak in Slovak today, partly in English. Our guests will only speak in English because their English is excellent, and I will be perhaps helping off with translation, but we also have translation available, so if you put your headsets on, you may switch the respective channel to listen to what's being said. Let me introduce our guests. Esther Abaci from Hungary.
Študovala na viacerých zahraničných univerzitách, je aktivistkou.
And her child was also again in the opposition against the power, so I'm sure she will have a lot to say about the situation in Hungary, but also in other countries. She's editor of websites and magazines, and a very active person in our neighboring country. So thank you very much for coming, Jona Podkívánok, and another guest, a dear friend, a great European thinker, Leonidas Donskis from Lithuania. It's great to have you again on our Central European Forum. You belong here already. You're a traditional guest here. Leonidas is a philosopher whose works are internationally published in many magazines and many editions. His books were widely translated all over the world, and he became a so to say prominent thinker on issues of human rights, but he's also very interested in literature and the European identity and the culture and many other issues. For 5 years, he has been a member of the European Parliament in Brussels as a liberal from Lithuania, and his major issue were the human rights, and not just on national but also on the European level. So he's really one expert on the issues we are going to talk about this morning. And last but not least, I'm very pleased that we have a fiction writer on the stage as well, and from Poland, z Polska k nám prišiel Jacek Dehnel.
That is Jacek Dehnel who came.
Dzień dobry. A Jacek Dehnel má šťastie na Slovensku.
And Jacek Dehnel is lucky to have a very good translator in Slovakia. If you haven't done so yet, please, there are books available to purchase. For instance, the novel Tabula, which was translated by Dehnel, and it is a novel that was met with a lot of interest, not only in Poland but also in Slovakia and other countries. And it's a novel about a young man talking with his grandmother. It is a book written in a high style and a very good narration, and the grandmother says that she was more lucky than wise, but therefore she was able to survive the 20th century in Poland and could withstand all these pressures. Then there is another book, a novel called Saturn.
Are dealing with the father and son issues on an example of painter Goya, and I'm excited. Thank you for this beautiful gift. This one I didn't know yet, so it's great that you are translated, that you came. Jacek comes from Gdańsk, and as far as I know, you live in Warsaw now. So, yeah, thank you all for coming this morning. And when I was thinking about the first question, and I'm happy you agreed in the backstage, I would like to start as on a personal level, because also writer, but I'm a father and I'm a married man, and we hope we're expecting a second child. So I feel as a family person as well. And the older I am, the more I feel how my family, my parents, who are in love for more than 45 years and happily married, how much my parents and my grandparents influenced who I am and what it mattered to me to see their example. And so maybe Esther, if I may, I would first ask you to tell us maybe about your family background. What family means to you? I know you're a mother as well. So
yes, you can hear me. Yes, I'm a mother, a proud mother of a son and several adopted daughters. And I live in that kind of unconventional family now that most center-right or conservative thinkers would greatly disapprove of, because I live with a partner, I have a son, and I have a daughter who is lesbian, but she's not my biological daughter, and I have a Roma daughter who I also adopted. So you see, that's a 20th century family. I was born in a much more traditional family, married couple, but they did belong to the democratic opposition, and they were very active in the art scene and sociology. So I grew up with all these guys that you go and listen to, like Agnes Heller and Conrad, and they used to come to my living room or, just pat our heads.
Okay. Thank you so much. Leonidas, in Czechoslovakia, the dissent was, in Czech Republic especially, was strongly based on families. And usually the families were connected by similar destinies. Maybe grandfather prosecuted by Stalinists, a father a reformed communist in the 60s, or a cultural thinker or a writer, and the sons and daughters who couldn't study, so they were somehow, in a way, privileged, in a very difficult situation. I know you were in the opposition movement in the Soviet times. So how much, and the prosecution always meant a prosecution for the family as well, for the relatives. So how it was in your case?
Thank you. It's a wonderful question. I have to say that just to repeat your formula, which is very eloquent, the older I become, the more conscious I am on the complexity, even disturbing complexity of my family story. I was not a dissident. I was too young for that, but I remember, of course, I was very strongly opposed to the regime, and of course I had a very bad file in the KGB archives. And this was related to my family story. On the one side, my father was a Holocaust survivor who survived together with 10 people in a small shtetl, small Jewish town, where 2,000 Jews were killed in one day. And he was among those 11 people who survived the Holocaust, and he wouldn't tell me anything until I turned 27. He didn't want to traumatize me for life. And he told me when I and my father were visiting the United States, and then I realized that I was trembling when I was listening to that story. Had this happened to me when I was in my teens, it would have been a trauma for life. So, and on my father's side, it was a Holocaust narrative and Holocaust discourse. On my mother's side, there was another story. Since my father knew the horrors and the devil in politics in terms of Hitler and the Nazis, so my mother had her father, my maternal grandfather, who was executed in 1961, 6 or 5 months prior to my birth, only because he was a profiteer. Because he was selling jewels and gold, he was sentenced to death. That was a decree issued by Khrushchev. It didn't work for a long time, it was for a short time, but still they executed many Soviet Jews, including my maternal grandfather. So on both sides I had horrible stories, related to the Soviet Union and the Nazis. On the other side, I understood the complexity of life, because when you have your Jewish father and a half Polish, half Jewish mother, so you understand that, well, again, you have to decide concerning your stance. Yes, I grew up as a Lithuanian, and I would describe myself as a liberal patriot of Lithuania, so I love my country very dearly. But every time when I was discussing identity issues, I emphasized that I have Jewish and Polish blood in my vein, And that's why I would never tolerate anti-Semitism or Polonophobia, for instance, and the same with Russophobia or any kind of phobia. So I am very much opposed to that. So, and I take life as it is, but for these invaluable lessons, of course, I am deeply indebted to my family. And just finishing on the note, which is quite intimate, I would say that yes, I'm a family person, although as a human rights defender, I am very sensitive to homophobia, to gay and lesbian issues, and I defend these people who I would describe as my sisters and my brothers. But at the same time, I'm straight, I have my family, I have a very happy wedding life. All in all, I would say that family means a lot to me, and that's why I'm very much against of misuse of family in political battles.
Thank you so much. Jacek, you are an openly outed gay in Poland. This is something which is not really the case among many public intellectuals or writers or actors in Slovakia. So how difficult it was for you to come out in Poland in nowadays?
I guess it was somehow natural. I mean, I'm a writer and a poet, so in the first book of poems which I published, I had all the grammar endings female in the love poems. And then I thought, okay, I mean, I'm 25 and I will just change those endings to the proper ones, so male and gender endings, because, you know, if someone will be shocked or angry about it, let he or she be angry. I mean, I'm grown up, and even if an elderly aunt will be appalled, then you don't live your life for your elderly aunts, you live your life for yourself. And then it was surprisingly smooth. I mean, my friends knew, of course, that I'm gay, my family knew I'm gay, but then I never really felt any real prosecution. I mean, once I had this thing that I was supposed to translate a book for a Catholic publishing house, and they learned that I'm going to translate the book with my boyfriend, and then they actually realized that I'm gay. It was a small publishing house, they were not very familiar with writers in Poland, and they didn't know I'm gay. So they said no thank you, and that was it. But that was the only case, and it's not a publishing house that you would know about. So apart from that, of course, you get all this slandering in internet forums, etc. But it's just like, you know, it's bullshit. Nobody pays attention to what people write in the internet. I mean, you know, you have like those very, very funny things. I'll just share one anecdote with you, and that will be the end of it. Recently, there was a discussion on a right-wing forum about my recent book, which is very much in the subject of our story. This is a story of a 19th century famous fraud. She passed herself as a tortured nun, tortured by Russians because she refused to go to convert to a Russian Orthodox faith. And she was very famous all over Europe, and in the end, in 20th century, it was revealed that she was just a cook, and she was never a nun, and the bruises and wounds and scars she had on her body were because of a family violence. She had a husband who would beat her. So she invented this whole religious story just to tell her real trauma. Anyway, of course, it's somehow disturbing for the right-wing people, because in Poland, women is traditionally respected, so this kind of book is, of course, a lie of some kind. So there was a discussion, and someone said, well, you know, I read this Dehnel, I read his translation of Great Gatsby, and I just understood that men of such orientation cannot translate Fitzgerald, because there was this scene in which he at length describes shirts. And of course this is a scene from Great Gatsby with this beautiful description of numerous shirts Great Gatsby has. But it's something that Francis Scott Fitzgerald actually wrote. And that poor person assumed that I changed the whole text of the novel and infused it with my homosexuality. And I inserted this gay story about shirts. So that's why I say that if you read things in the
But you should write the gay version of Great Gatsby. I think that could be a great novel.
I posted that on my Facebook, and we had this idea about translating various pieces of literature to gay literature, like, you know, Hemingway in a gay way, or something like that, or in a straight way. I mean, like, you have straight literature, like true.
You know, Paul Valery wrote his version of Mr. Bovary, so giving him a voice in the fiction, which is very important. You know, he's such an asshole in the book, and otherwise, you know, his story can be interesting as well. Okay, well, thank you for this personal beginning. I really appreciate that. But let's go. We are all, you know, living in a public space. We are not just ourselves, and we are dealing with the world we live in, and the issue of our gender, of who we are as a family people or gay people, is really mattering. And I was just remembering now, because of these 25 years, one of the major, on the number 7 in the ideas that the so-called Verejnosť proti násiliu, the public against violence, which was a civic movement of the Velvet Revolution in Slovakia, was the separation of church and politics. This never happened in 25 years, as you can imagine. And so basically, in many ways, the revolution was never finished. This is not the only issue, but one of the more important, definitely. And I would like to ask you about how much in your respected countries the church is influencing the public life, because in Slovakia this is still a major issue. And so, Esther, maybe if you could start. How is the Hungarian church dealing with Viktor Orban?
Oh, well, Viktor Orban established a new law excluding some churches from state subsidies and from the right to run schools and other social institutions, and establishing others as the mainstream churches in Hungary. The Catholic Church is the largest church, and then the Lutheran Church, the Calvinist Reformed Church, and the Jewish Church. They are all accepted equally, but of course this is a Christian-speaking government. I wouldn't call it a Christian government, it's a Christian-speaking government. So they are very much supported by the church, including preaching and masses. So it goes that as far as directly influencing political votes.
Are the priests also suggesting people whom they should vote, or suggesting candidates?
Yeah, oh, absolutely, absolutely. You know who is in sin, and you know who is, you know, upholding our virtues. Even if they don't say names, it's usually, you know, quite direct. Yes.
Leonidas?
Yes, I would say that what's happening in Lithuania is quite complex. The role of the church used to be quite important because it's a Catholic country, quite conservative. In many ways, I think you would say that Lithuania is a small replica of Poland. It's very similar. Two countries have been very close to each other over centuries. We had the same state. We had a shared culture, of course, and Poland is like sister to Lithuania, but of course Poland is a big nation, and that's the difference. In a small country, many things are different only because of the size, due to the size of the country, but the tendencies are quite similar, of course. As I say that we have the vices of Poland without having their virtues, so meaning that a big country has a larger elite, of course, and more diversity. So what happened to Lithuania was that in many ways it's similar to what happened in other Central European countries. When you raise the question why and how family has become a political issue, of course the church could be one of the answers, but on the other side I think it's a very widespread tendency in Europe now. When I think of myself as a former MEP who spent 5 years in Brussels, I just wonder how many colleagues I met who thought in very, very similar terms, although they were from Ireland, for instance, or some other countries. The problem is that in Europe, we have a new phenomenon, or a new specter, I would say, which is biopolitics in terms of Agamben. It's a biopolitics. It's a new obsession with human body and privacy as a political issue. Who is in control of human body and human privacy? And this failure to separate the public and the private is, I think, a new problem, if not to say a devastating problem of European politics. Because normally you would assume that politicians, policymakers, or commentators are dealing with public issues, with the public space, with the public, leaving the private for their citizens and respecting their privacy. But nowadays, privacy is simply hijacked and somehow monopolized and colonized by the public. And at the same time, something very similar happened to memory. You know that politicians have become historians. They know the best what is to be celebrated, what is not. They have memory politics, and the same applies to human body and privacy. So I would say that politicians are swiftly becoming sexologists and historians, leaving no space for professionals in those fields. And this is a devastating tendency which shows what deep is a crisis, how deep this crisis is in politics. They cannot invent nothing more serious. Instead of tackling serious issues, economic, political issues, issues related to security, to well-being, to human rights, they simply manufacture some specters. And I'm just afraid to say that Putinism in Russia is a sort of culmination, not to say the most grotesque expression of this tendency. And each case in Central or Eastern Europe simply tells that we have our small Putinism in every respective country. Of course, we are democratic countries, happily, and we are still able to oppose it. We oppose it, and not only with the help of the political spectrum, but public figures, writers, the intelligentsia. We are doing everything within our power. But I have to say that, in a way, this only shows how profound the crisis of politics is. You can hardly find any newcomer to politics who would manage without two things: fear. Everybody is playing with fear, how to intimidate the public, and another thing is how to colonize privacy and human body. And this is a devastating thing, because normally you would assume that only people who are absolutely amateur, with absolutely naive perception of life and politics could do that. But it became a mass tendency nowadays.
Jacek, I shortly mentioned to you before we started that in Slovakia the last 2 years strongly the discourse changed towards the so-called thinking about the culture of death, a sort of fictional threat to all the society and to the traditional family. There are marches for the family. There was a huge petition signing. Over 400,000 people signed the petition to declare the referendum. Probably it's going to happen in the next year soon, maybe in February, March. There is this, of course, in Poland, the dissent movement was strongly connected with church as well, and it was the biggest dissident movement in the Eastern Europe. And just yesterday, the conservatives again won the election in Poland, and they are back on power. The conservatives are unthinkable in Poland without the support of the Catholic Church. How are you dealing with these issues, and how is it influencing your life and your family?
They want elections in the local governments, but the thing is also that there are so much against the rest of the political scene that also in the previous elections, in many cities, they would have the first place, but the city afterwards would be governed by the coalition of second and third and sometimes fourth party, because nobody wants to make a coalition with peace. So Law and Justice, this is the name of the party, which is, frightfully funny in a way. So yes, we have, of course, this whole action against the civilization of death, and you have those priests with a cross with dead body hanging on it. The dead body of Christ, saying this, we are against the civilization of death, which is funny in a way. And of course, this is a whole huge political propaganda agenda from the massive forces of Catholic Church and the right-wing politicians and right-wing think tanks. Their main concern now is the monster of gender. Gender is something like Yozhin Zbazhin, so you don't really know what it really is, but it's definitely fearsome and it's going to hurt your child.
Jacek would be happy to hear that he is getting in this context. Yeah.
And what find very interesting is that whenever there is a major sex abuse scandal within the Catholic Church in Poland, gender is resurrected, and they are fighting against gender without, of course, explaining the term. It's a foreign term. It's not understood in any way by the majority of society. So you can basically put anything in gender. So it's raping your children in the kindergarten, or forcing them to masturbate, or it's forbidding children to call mother a mother and father a father, and these various myths that you have. And of course they have news, and they have their own newspapers and internet portals, and they spread this kind of knowledge, saying, for instance, that children are forbidden, that in Scotland children are forbidden to call their mothers mothers. And then when you go back through all this story, it is revealed that in a Scottish hospital they introduced a new form. When you bring your child to the hospital, and there is no mother and father, it's just parent one, parent two, because you have some same-sex marriages and you have children adopted by them. So nobody's forbidding any child to call a mother, but the whole hysteria and the whole propaganda system is just forcing people to think that gender is one of these terrible things that live somewhere in the Western Europe and are going to come to Poland and devour us. And this is, I think, spread among all the Eastern Europe. It's just how it is done. This is a mass thing, and the church is mainly the main force spreading that.
Leonidas, you wanted to say something. You also experienced the Estrela hysteria when you were a parliamentarian.
Very much so, very much so. I could tell you. So when I was dealing with those issues in Brussels as an MEP, I was a spokesperson for human rights on behalf of European liberals. As a coordinator in the Sous-Commission de l'État de l'Homme, in the subcommittee for human rights, I was dealing with those issues, and once it was a big scandal. Portuguese colleague, Edith Estrela, came up with a proposal, with a legislation proposal for the female reproductive health. And all of a sudden, it was a spread of huge lies in several countries, including Slovakia, Lithuania, and some other countries, about the alleged wish of Edith Estrela to legalize masturbation as a mandatory, obligatory form and aspect of child sex education, which was total nonsense. My bureau and we started studying those documents, and I was shocked, and I thought, look, am I a fool? Am I missing something here? And then we realized it was a lie. It was a spread of toxic lies, just trying to, again, to spread the myth of lesbian and gay conspiracy all over Europe. And I can tell you, as a theorist, I understand what's happening here. It's a kind of new conspiracy theory, it's a kind of new political sentiment, because for those circles who feel very strongly about similar issues, now it's not very convenient to come up with anti-Semitic theories. Anti-Semitism is widely condemned in Europe. But it's more convenient to come up with some sort of insinuation of less protected groups, like lesbians and gays, because even if people feel that it's against the law, to deal with these people somehow in a very indiscreet manner, somehow people are less attached and less sentimental about those things. And by instinct, they feel that they wouldn't be discouraged very strongly. So this scandal with Edith Estrela showed me quite strongly how widespread this political sentiment is nowadays. It's a new form of anti-Semitism. I can tell you, these people are simply exploring the least protected groups in society, and then they try to find the target group for their domestic battles. But as far as Lithuania is concerned, I could tell you, we had the same kind of political matrix which every Central European country may have had, meaning that the former Communist Party, which becomes Social Democratic or Socialist Party, and then a very heavily opposed party, which could be described as nationalistic or very churchly. In the past, we had the Motherland's Union, which was more nationalistic. Over the past 5 years, they became more oriented to Christian democracy, which changed their vocabulary. And that's why the church became more conscious of those of those battles. And in Lithuania, people are more vocal when it comes to the church. But what is really funny is the fact that Lithuania is not awfully religious country. It's quite traditional, but it's not very religious. The religious sentiment is not that deep in Lithuania. And that's why I would think that this is simple and sheer opportunism of a new political class which tries to manufacture new vocabularies, new words, new sentiments, just trying to win domestic games.
That's a very dangerous opportunism, I think, and it can be scary. How is you, as two of you, Esther and Leonidas, as philosophers, how you are dealing with this that, 25 years after the revolutions went around Eastern Europe, suddenly more and more people do believe in this faith-based reality. It seems like their view of the world is not based on the facts, but basically on their faith somehow. They do want to believe that there is this threat of whatever culture of death and civilization of gender. Is this something you expected when the changes that this can happen? That this discourse can go this direction?
You understand? Well. It was very interesting what Leonidas described about Lithuania, because in Hungary, it's a very secular country. I mean, no one really goes to church. Marriages are celebrated, but some children are baptized, but almost a third of children are born out of wedlock. So it's a very secular country. So the church is not that important. Therefore, it's not some kind of anti-Christian movement that they identified as threatening to the nation, but Europe. So when Conchita Wurst, won the Eurovision Song Contest, Hungary went amok. They just couldn't believe this. The court writers of Viktor Orban could run on this fuel for months. Conchita Wurst is Europe. This is what Europe will bring you. This is the third toilet. This is ridiculous. This is Europe. So because the bogeyman with us is Europe. It's not the generation. We also have those that homosexuals must be re-educated and that kind of stuff. But mostly it's Europe that is threatening European civilization. And I didn't expect that to happen 25 years ago.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I would say it's a deep phenomenon. I think it's very deeply embedded in political consciousness of our countries. And we know that at the end of the 19th century, it used to be the Jews in Europe that were blamed for bringing too much modernity, too much novelty in life. And Jews were scapegoated precisely because they were perceived as the forerunners of modernity. Although that was not the case with the Czech lands or Hungary, but that was the case with some other East European countries where Jews were urban professionals, primarily medical doctors. And I think very similar things happened to our countries after 25 years, and I can tell you why and how. It's a backlash. It's a backlash. It's a radical change of political life, and of course, the speed of life is incredible in Eastern and Central Europe. The change is almost immense. It's huge. And the degree of change is such that this backlash acquired the new form of anti-modern sentiment, but this time in a very interesting fashion. Now, human rights are perceived as the imposition of the West. Something artificial, and this is very, very strange, because when the countries like Russia with Vladimir Putin come with a strong criticism of human rights, it's something that I begin missing in terms of sound reason and common sense. Russia was one of the countries which gave to the world the most prominent human rights defenders. Andrei Sakharov, Yelena Bonner, Vladimir Bukovsky, Andrei Sinyavsky, just name them, the legends of most prominent human rights defenders, up to Sergei Kovalov, Lyudmila Alexeyeva, the Memorial Group. And all of a sudden the country rejects that aspect of its own history, very clearly saying that that's the imposition of the West. And I am just afraid that parts of our political elites are adopting a very similar attitude, that human rights, including gays and lesbians, are about the imposition of the West. We were different for many years. We are losing our unique identity, traditional values. We are losing our family life. All this kind of nonsense comes as a sort of backlash, precisely because many things have changed, and I understand that anti-modernity and the logic of anti-modernity changed as well. It's very difficult to come up nowadays with phrases like, you know, the bourgeoisie, the new revolution, the new proletariat, and that's why we have the grotesque of our new life. If the Soviet Union with Moscow was something like the Jerusalem of proletariat, now it's the headquarters of far right of Europe. If Stalin knew that a figure like Schroeder in his days, someone from the political elite in Western Europe, would be confined to the situation of choosing whether to become a Stalinist or a Trotskyite, nowadays Schroeder becomes part of Gazprom. As simple as that. It's a grotesque change, and I think that far right in Western Europe understood this as a message. Le Front National in France, Jobbik in Hungary, UKIP, United Kingdom Independence Party with Mr. Nigel Farage in the United Kingdom. So they got this message right. And Moscow started playing with absolutely new forces. And this shows that this phenomenon is European-wide. It's not related to 2 or 3 countries. It's a pan-European movement which is very anti-modern, anti-liberal, profoundly anti-democratic, and we have to be conscious of that. Of course, it varies from place to place because Slovakia is a democracy, and the same with other Central European countries. Things are more complex and disturbing with Russia nowadays, but the problem is nobody is isolated nowadays. Nobody is isolated. It's a pan-European tendency. It's a battle over Europe. It's a battle over Europe, and the problem is that if you want to caricature Europe, you simply suggest it's a Europe of gays and lesbians. You know that in Russia they call it plainly. It's not a Euro union, it's a gay union, as they call it in Russian. So, meaning that if you want to caricature this, you poke fun of some groups. And what is very strange, it used to be the bourgeoisie, it used to be the witches, the sorcerers, the Jews. Now it's about gays and lesbians. And I remember I said it aloud, and I described this black and white, when in Lithuania, in our parliament, there was a bill, it was a project of the bill about how to protect the minors from the detrimental effect of public information, which was a very homophobic law, in fact. It was about gay propaganda. And I wrote it about that, look, if I talk to my students about Leonardo, Michelangelo, or Virginia Woolf, or Oscar Wilde, or Tchaikovsky, am I engaging in gay propaganda and lesbian propaganda? Are you crazy or what? Are you going to reject a huge part of European history and culture? So then they understood that, yes, we would be open to the charge of gay propaganda if we're doing things like that. So then people became more conscious. They told me, well, we were just thinking about, imagine if a lesbian couple starts kissing each other, you know, in presence of adult, so what? It's none of your business. If you're in politics, you should be preoccupied with the public. It's none of your business what's happening in private life of your citizens. But it was a very, very fierce phenomenon, and I understood. Well, just to finish this segment, I would tell, when it is about bigotry, it's not the most difficult problem. Bigotry can be cured by time, education, but when it is a political sentiment, and when people are cynical about it, when deeply, down deep, they don't believe it themselves, but they know that it's very profitable politically, that's the most dangerous part. That's it.
No, I just wanted to add that there is this theory that all the Arab Spring began with sexual frustration of young males who cannot marry a woman and have a decent, normal sexual life, or a man, whatever. Then I think this resentment in Eastern Europe or Central Europe is largely because of a sexual frustration. And when you see those 40-year-old men with big moustache saying that homosexuals statistically have 100 sexual partners in their life, you can feel the anger, of course, but you can feel such a jealousy. and you know, the Catholic Church who strongly opposes any sexual life, really, except for procreation, calling any other sexual life animal-like, whereas sex for procreation is literally what animals do. They don't have sex if they don't want to reproduce. So anyway, when they talk about sexual life, you can see this huge resentment and lack of knowledge, really. And an interesting thing is that in Poland we have all those church and right-wing experts who are often priests, experts on sex life and homosexuality, etc., etc. There are professors, there are doctors, there are scholars, but there are never scholars of that specialty. I mean, there are never medical doctors. Church has his own doctors, medical doctors who specialize in sexuality, and they never take part in this discussion because they would have to address real issues, real papers published, you know, the state of knowledge about sexuality we have. So they are kept backwards. They're kept in a cellar, whereas you bring a theologist who specializes in this or that thing connected to the Holy Trinity, and he speaks at length about homosexuality and gay sex and anal sex and the way how diseases are spread, and he would quote from all those papers which are acknowledged as false. So we have the Regnerus report, who was revoked by Regnerus. You have Paul Cameron, who is a jester, basically. And they quote those things, and they just invent data. What you said about lie, they're absolutely okay with inventing data and saying whatever they please. I mean, you call them to give actual papers and proofs, and they will never. They just say that, and it hangs there. And you have all those people completely mad with all those made-up stories and things, because it's not about knowledge or science, it's about propaganda.
Yes, I was very, very pleased on, I think it was on Friday or Saturday here, when Václav Bělohradský, the Czech philosopher, was talking on this very stage, and he mentioned that he strongly believes the way how to influence the discourse of Europe still is the literature. He believes in the power of fiction. And he mentioned the noble speech of Alexander Solzhenitsyn, who, so to say, to describe the power of writing, says that, well, the fiction is the only way how we can feel deeply the suffering and the pain of the other one. Do you believe that one of the ways why the Polish discourse really is changing slowly, and I have to say I'm always very impressed when I'm visiting Poland how we are the fastest developing country and growing country in the former Eastern Europe, and you can see lots of tendencies that the country is getting much more free. You were mentioning the gay prides in Warsaw are much bigger and more powerful than for example here in smaller countries, and also the Polish fiction writing matters in a way, like authors like Witkowski, Masłowska, bringing new topics, new themes. Do you think this is somehow helping the discourse, changing it?
I'm afraid I doubt it. I mean, it's because Polish people don't read. Do you know that we are almost 40 million people, and we publish and sell less books than Czech Republic? I mean, this is a society that doesn't read. This is, first of all, Catholic. So, Protestants had to read the Bible, whereas Catholics were forbidden to, and they had priests who would tell them what actually is in the Bible, which actually wasn't there in most cases. So this is one thing. The second thing, this is a peasant society, which comes mainly from the countryside, and the number of illiterate people, even after the war in Poland, was huge. So there is no tradition of reading. And I think this is a civilization problem. I mean, when you read a book, a novel, let's say, and you have a protagonist with whom you disagree in many ways, you often read books like that. This protagonist can be a scoundrel of some kind, a repulsive person. But you get in the skin of that person, and you start to understand that your system of values is not the only one, and people act because of various things, and this teaches you how to be sympathetic to other people, even if you disagree with them fundamentally. People who don't read don't go through this process of learning. I think that one of the problems of the public discourse in Poland is that people cannot really argument. Public discourse in Poland is a series of monologues. It's like that in some panel discussions as well. I hope not this one we are having here today. It's a series of monologues or manifestos. People don't really address each other in that. They would just speak their minds. And in most cases, when we say speak their minds, they don't speak really their minds. So they don't speak about things that they went through. They just repeat quotes from someone else. The self-righteousness is overwhelming there. You know, it's just this sense that you know the truth, but you don't really know it. You never looked into it. You just repeat phrases, and they just keep repeating the phrases, inventing things, but they don't address each other. They don't address the real problem, as you said. It's not only about talking about sexuality instead of the real issues. It's also that they don't talk about sexuality. There is no dialogue. There is just two monologues. And I think this is large part of it is because of the lack of proper education. So the lack of philosophy at schools. We have lots of religion at schools. We have 2 hours of religion a week. And the lack of good reading. The amount of books, of pages a child has to read through the process of education has diminished, drastically through the last 20 years in Poland.
You just destroyed our myth because we still think the Slovaks are those who are not reading. So no, to still do believe the Polish nation is a nation of readers as well in a way, and it's changing in Czech Republic as well. We cut it half the education of literature in Slovak schools in the last 2 years, so they are learning less and less and reading less and less because there is no time for that. But that would be another discussion. Leonidas, you wanted to add something.
Yes, I just wanted to interject and ask you if 50 Shades of Grey was translated into your languages and published. Because, yeah, absolutely. So that's the amazing thing about reading. People do read. They read trash mostly, but they read 50 Shades of Grey, and then they see no contradiction in coming up with the usual Christian speeches about sexuality. So that shows really that it's a political discourse. It's instrumental. It's a colonization. Teenagers in Hungary, they are more concerned with their sexual lives, and they start earlier than ever. And no one is really scared about that. So it's all political talk and the bogeyman that we actually call Europe, but you might call them gay people, or it depends on the culture, I guess.
I would say it's a very sensitive issue. So, first I would reiterate what you have said. Once I wrote an article which was titled "The Monologue-Based Culture," and that was about Lithuanian public space. So, yes, instead of dialogues, sometimes we tend to have a series of monologues, and sometimes without even being able somehow to tackle some common issues. But the problem here is that, Lithuania is a small country, and on the one side, Lithuania is very proud to have had people, like prominent Litvaks, Lithuanian Jews, including Emanuel Levinas, who was born in Kaunas, Lithuania, or Czesław Miloš, who is really deeply respected in Lithuania. So meaning that Lithuania gave to the world some prominent people, but still when it comes to the reading ability and the curiosity, the culture of curiosity of my country, I would say that much remains to be desired here. Because in fact, Lithuania is more of a TV society. It's a TV and internet society, much, much more than it is about, being a reading society. When I compare Lithuania to countries like Italy, Italians read a lot. lot. Or, for instance, countries like Finland or Sweden, so they read a lot indeed. So I would say that much remains to be done here, but at the same time, it's about empathy. Lithuanians are good when it comes to their historical experiences, how to oppose the Soviets, the forest brethren, partisan wars, everything. Lithuanians are awfully sympathetic and very good at that. But when it comes to some other aspects of human experience, what comes to my mind is an idea that in many ways we're still pre-Freudian society. We're a pre-Freudian society. We don't understand the disturbing complexities of human life. We don't empathize with people who are different. We somehow are very good and very skilled at adopting some vocabularies, the right words, the catchwords, catchphrases. But I don't think that we're able to empathize with people who are different inside our society. And that's why it's a sort of paradox. We blame the West for being unable to empathize with Eastern and Central Europe. Of course, it's very difficult for a Brit or an American to empathize with Russians if you didn't live during the time when you had the devil in politics like Stalin and the geniuses like Akhmatova, Tsvetaeva, and Mikhail Bulgakov in literature. You cannot understand Russia. But the same applies to us. If we didn't have normal Freudian, post-Freudian clashes of opinions, how on earth can you understand more sophisticated aspects of human life, including sex, intimacy? And I'm just afraid that we're far, far behind the West in terms of intimacy. It's still a matter of vogue, a matter of fashion. And we invent taboos somewhere where West Europeans would find banalities of life. It's a problem. So we are very good at empathizing with the hardcore issues, but when it comes to people who are just amidst us, we're very bad at understanding them. I remember one wonderful phrase offered by Stephen Greenblatt, an American literary scholar and one of the fathers of New Historicism in literary theory. Stephen Greenblatt, in his book Marvelous Possessions, described Mandeville's travels as a travelogue, which was fantastic in the 13th century, because in that book, an imagined pilgrim, Sir Mandeville, described Tibetans and Chinese as very good and virtuous, but that was not about tolerance, because Greenblatt says you can be only tolerant when it applies to people who live with you. But if you fantasize about people whom you never met, it's about curiosity. And that's why for Lithuanians it's very easy to empathize with people whom they never saw. But it's more difficult to empathize with people who are our neighbors. Precisely because in many ways we're a pre-Freudian society. And this drastic, I would say, assault of Soviet censorship on intellectual culture, of psychology, literature, social sciences, it was a blow. It was a blow to us. It will be very difficult to recover.
Mentioning the culture of monologue, I have to tell you that our Prime Minister brought it to perfection, because he's only visiting television shows when he can talk to himself. He's giving himself questions and answering them. So that's the only way he's accepting when he's invited somewhere. So this is really spreading here quite widely. Thank you for this. Just one more issue, maybe, that I would love to open the stage also for discussion, for the questions from the audience. But I mentioned to you recently that this so-called Alliance for the Family, Aliancja za Rodinu, who collected over 400,000 signatures and hopes to announce the referendum soon. These questions, our president, Andrej Kiska, decided to ask the Constitutional Court if it's right to ask these 4 questions. And when the answer came recently, 14 days ago, the response was that one is not acceptable, because you cannot forbid two persons in a free country to have some sort of juridical alliance.
Of course you can.
Excuse me?
Of course you can.
And the president will most probably announce the referendum with 2 questions. And this Alliance for the Family somehow not accepted the decision of the Constitutional Court, claiming that this is a so-called tyranny of the judges. that they are trying to keep their mouths shut because somehow not respecting the very fundamental institutions of the democracy. This is an extremely dangerous tendency, I think, but somehow where these people will be stopped, it's very hard to imagine because somehow. So, Leonidas, would you like to respond?
Yes, it's a very difficult and subtle question. I would say that, well, in some of my work I indicated that there is such a thing as some sort of masks of authoritarianism. I was trying to tackle this issue in my country when I was dealing with the brutality of the language. When it comes to anonymous commentaries on the internet, for instance, it's horrible. It's better not to read. If you don't want to find yourself totally disenchanted with humanity, it's better not to read those commentaries. I did, of course, because I had to know what's happening in my country, but I have to say that the brutality and the sadomasochist essence of those commentaries is really striking. And I just recalled Erich Fromm as suggesting that what happens when you have an extremely sadomasochist and brutal language, it's a mask of authoritarianism. It's the longing for the strong hand. It's the longing, the free and brutal language is just the opening part of that same story. You are longing subconsciously for the strong hand, for the dictatorship. And that's the phase number one. But another phase is when you feel that there are some masks of authoritarianism, like the opposition to privacy, the opposition to human dignity and liberty in all of its incarnations. And this obsession to control privacy, human body, memory, family, is nothing but it's a crawling authoritarianism. The only good thing is that when you live in a democracy, there are some forces that are opposed to it. But if you leave it unattended, so to say, many horrible things may happen. So that's why it's nothing, it's a mask of authoritarianism, and I take it the way it is. And I would say that I tried to understand this phenomenon for a long time. And I think that what I understood quickly was that, well, in the Soviet time, I remember, there was a sort of silent consensus between Soviet Jews and the mainstream, which means that in such an anti-Semitic country as the former Soviet Union, it was obvious that many academics, artists, they were Jews. But if you agree not to be vocal about your background, if you agree not to mention the fact that you're Jewish, it's okay. You can exist as long as you want. But if you become too vocal, go to Israel. What are you doing there? This is not bloody your country. Just go there. And the same applies to new target groups nowadays. You can exist if you agree with the silent consensus. Don't talk about your lesbian and gay preferences or about your background. Don't disturb public opinion, because we are in control of this public opinion. The church, the party, we are in control. If you try to demonopolize and decolonialize this discourse, go elsewhere. Go to San Francisco, for instance, or to Amsterdam. And this is something that comes as a substitute, as a replacement of old phobias and old groups of hatred. So I would say, well, we have to be very conscious of it. And make no mistake, it's not about bigotry. I can't believe that it's about bigotry when sometimes we suggest that people are uneducated or, lacking in some ways, yes, but those who are uneducated and lacking in sophistication, they don't go to politics. Those who do, they know perfectly well what they're doing.
You mentioned the internet comments. It's actually very, very popular in Poland to write a comment that you should go to Holland, or you should go to Amsterdam or wherever, to Western Europe, because you don't respect our Polish values. But a few weeks ago, two Polish theater directors collected a huge amount of slandering comments from the internet because they were interested in this. Not only comments, but also articles and all the hate speech that is in the Polish internet. And they in the internet, in the sermons, in various things. And they connected it together, they glued it together as a rendition of something they had in Rwanda before the genocide. So there was this special radio that had this hate speech constantly against the cockroaches, I believe. Which were Tutsi. And they just thought that it's a very similar process, that the acceptance for the hate speech is a crawling kind of this radio to orchestrate people's violence against each other. So they agreed with the Krakow radio that it's going to be broadcasted 2 hours of that hate speech as an art project. As an art project. And they prepared for the Krakow radio, and then the problems started. Because the radio said it's a little bit too long, that it's boring, that it's lacking dramaturgy. So they started cutting pieces out of it. And then when the theater directors, Maja Kleczewska and another person whose name I can't remember, when they saw what was cut out, it was all the references to the Catholic Church. Oh. There were all the sermons, there were all the Christian value things, etc., etc. So it was completely censored by the official, not state, by city radio, in order to make it less criticizing, less critical towards the Catholic Church. So they refused to broadcast it in that form. But it shows how important issue it is nowadays in Poland, because this hatred is growing, and you can see a growing acceptance for this kind of reactions, even in public.
Esther,
I truly find frightening, extremely frightening, this movement that you have here. The 400,000 signatures, that's horrible. And I think we must understand and examine and uncover the real reasons behind this. Because I just don't think that people are so offended in their whatever Christian virtues, because they don't live like Christians. They don't care that much. So I think that we must, in Eastern Europe, because it seems that the case is so similar everywhere. Internet comments tell me about it. I am a woman, right? Sometimes I think that they comment instead of sex, and they would miss me dearly, But it seems that our region has some kind of very deep, tragic condition. I don't know, it's an illness, like an illness, that we must understand so that we can counter it. And this is, I don't have a response, but I know that here there is a question that we must bear in mind.
Yeah, thank you for that. You have to. I'm deeply convinced that most or many people who signed this, for example, this petition for the referendum, they didn't really have an idea what it matters. And most of the issues, the two of the questions, are absolutely out of reality, because there is no way to adopt a child as a homosexual couple, for example. So there is a non-existing fighting against non-existing issues, which is another thing, dealing with a fictional threat and invented things. But I would maybe turn back to connect your personal life with these issues we are talking about. And because you adopted the Roma child you mentioned at the very beginning, and this was one of the things that people here were suggesting to many people who are, for example, were marching in Košice last year, some 50,000 people. They had to actually admit that this whole campaign cost about 200,000 euros. So you can imagine this is a very well organized thing with billboards, TV campaigns, special trains and buses getting people there. You can imagine logistics is really complicated. And so some critics were suggesting, why don't you people, some of you, adopt these Roma kids we have here, thousands of them who are orphans? When you want to help them to build a family, please do it, because we had lots of research on the orphans living in Slovakia, and it was quite as shocking what they found out. We have some bloggers who actually made it a public thing that many orphans have €2.50 per day for a meal. for a whole meal, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, which is unimaginable actually in the world today and in this part of the world. So well, let's help these kids. And but you never see Roma kids, for example, in these marches, and even in the Košice, where there's this huge settlement, and in the whole east and southern East Slovakia has so many Roma settlements. So you see this clear separation. So how were the reaction of the public when you decided to do this, and how was your experience?
It's a difficult thing, I must say. It's difficult. I mean, it was personally difficult for me, because it took time for me to understand her, that there is such a gap, that there is such a tragic divide between our cultures, and it's very hard for an individual to make up for what is lacking in someone's life who lived a very different life for 14 years. So I didn't adopt a girl. I take care of them, let's say. I didn't adopt legally, so when I got to know her, she was 10, and she was already half formed. And the reaction is that people are stereotypes so deeply that they just couldn't bear the face of the truth. So they would say, hey, you liberal woman, you should go and live in a Roma settlement and in a ghetto, and then you should surround yourself with gypsy children. And when I say, yeah, I did, they say, no, you should go, and it's kind of like a record that got stuck. You should go, and yes, I did. Shall I introduce you to my daughter? So I think that shows that there is some deep frustration which has nothing to do with reality, that refuses to face reality. So that is my experience.
I agree very strongly. I think it's a very, very accurate observation of reality, because in fact many of those things, they have nothing to do with reality. So they are about how to intimidate people, because fear is what matters in politics. I call this phase of politics post-politics, actually, because there is nothing about real public issues that exist in Europe, and most of those things are simply specters, phantoms of imagination. And precisely because technology outpaced politics, and they try to appeal to the public by using social networks, the Facebook, the internet, and this is very speedy. The velocity is incredible. They can reach out very, very quickly, but they have no content. The only thing that our new policymakers are good at is to intimidate. Fear is the most precious commodity. And that's why it's not about how to solve the problems of orphans, for instance. When you were talking, Michal, about coalition for family, yeah? Alliance for family. So I'm just afraid that it's neither alliance nor about family, nor is it about family. It's like Voltaire said about the Holy Roman Empire: neither holy, nor Roman, nor empire. Something like that. It has nothing to do with reality. It's not about how to solve the problem of family. It's just about how to intimidate part of the public and how to send the message and how to win the elections. And the rest is just lip service. And sorry about being cynical, but I know how these folks operate. And it's so obvious, and I'm just afraid that it's about fear, moral panic, fear, the specter, how to manufacture a new object of fear. This is how they approach reality. Otherwise, they would find real problems like social divisions, like children, women, human rights, migration, crime, many serious problems about the Eurozone, something that requires competence, talent, dedication. But instead, they're still daydreaming and fantasizing about specters.
Thank you for that. So I do believe we have an audience which is not scared, at least to ask questions. Please, ak má niekto chuť teraz sa spýtať.
So please, if you feel the need to ask, yes, I see someone who wants to ask.
I came to this forum at the opening day where the representative from the Erste Foundation gave a speech and made a plea that in a forum where we're talking about us and them, we probably should diminish the divide of saying to politicians, okay, you're on the other side of the fence. And while I agree with you, with almost all of what has been said here, it seems to me that, you know, we have defined the politicians, those who are using fear, as them, rather than trying to see how we might take them into the discourse. I have a problem about, you know, I've read most of the things I think that you've written, and as an MEP, I was an admirer of what you said, so please don't take me wrong. But it seems to me that fear being used by politicians is nothing new. I mean, they've always used this from times of antiquity. I mean, so I'm not surprised that politicians would use that to simply gain whatever votes and interest groups they can in order to keep them in power. And I think, for instance, that family has become a very, very important tool, simply because it started with saying we're going to, I mean, within the social democratic system. I come from Austria. There is, of course, the fact that families have been supported, and then suddenly, when you take away the social democratic resources, you're saying even families will no longer have that kind of support. And I know in Austria, a lot of families are very, very resentful about the fact, well, they will lose everything that they're getting for every child. So I think that's one discourse that we should be addressing. I also think that the discourse against gays, well, we shouldn't be talking just about gays, but the LGBT movement. And I've worked in Hungary, Romania, Slovak, and Czech republics primarily for the inclusion of Roma. I can appreciate what you, Esther, are going through, because I've been working with Roma communities for the last 7 years. But I think that again there, fear is being used, yes, as a tool by those in power who would see to it that they pretend to have some kind of a homogenizing influence. And that's, I think, what is so bad about not being able to read, not having literate people who are into very, very quick visual responses and impulses is the problem. That's being manipulated. So illiteracy, I don't want to use that word in the old colonial cultural language, but illiteracy is something, of course, that our politicians are taking advantage of. And how do we address them, and how do we ask them to read with you so that they see and feel all of these different types of people that must be included when we talk about social inclusion?
I could tell you, well, in most cases I agree with what you're saying and suggesting. I would say that concerning this us and them, well, I don't think that I'm trying to promote this kind of discourse about, you know, the Manichaean divide between myself, say, and some politicians. No, I'm very conscious of the fact that most of people to whose actions and reactions I'm very resentful. So they're my fellow citizens, for instance, so they're my fellow Europeans, and I understand in many cases them as human beings. But the problem is that they segment their societies themselves. They use this as a weapon, because gays or lesbians or Jews or Roma are citizens, are people. And I'm even quite skeptical about the concept of minority nowadays. Instead of using citizens, we're talking about minorities, as if to say that we calculate the heads of how many people have those communities. So that's why segmentation is not our commodity, it's what they're doing. Even technologically, political classes are engaged in segmentation, which is a very dangerous tendency. They don't have a feeling that they work in that same civil society, that they work with their fellow citizens, and it's a problem. On the other side, things are paradoxical with the welfare state, as you mentioned, social democracy. Well, the logic of modernity is quite disturbing. We know that the welfare state was quite developed under the Nazis in Germany. It was started by the Iron Kaiser, by Bismarck. It was very successful. It was successful in the Soviet Union, although the Soviet Union would appear to a normal social democrat as a nightmare. But still the welfare state was quite developed, which means that welfare statism not always is something that we could take for granted. Various systems and political forces can use it in very different ways. And concerning this feeling of us and them, I agree, the title of the Central European Forum is wonderful, but this divide could be overcome by our joint attempt to understand some real problems and issues that unify us, not something that is imagined or simply manufactured. That's why my distinction would be between real issues, and I agree to work hand in hand with conservatives, social democrats, liberals, with everyone who would be a conscious European to tackle those issues, but not to spend my time on, some sort of demons, wizards, and witches. I'm just skeptical of, of witchcraft, so to say, and this witch hunt, which is simply revived in nowadays. I agree with you about fear, which has always been a tool in the hands of politicians, but I have to say that it's a big, big difference. It's a long way to go from ancient Sparta or Athens and to global fear, which could be manufactured very, very instantly, almost overnight, with the hand of the internet. And this culture of fakes and intimidations is quite strong. Even now, I can feel this fear as a kind of very paradoxical thing. When this Russian-Ukrainian war was waged, of course, many East European countries found themselves quite unstable and quite unsecure, like the Baltic states. Yes, we know that we're NATO countries. Yes, we know that we're in the EU. It's a long way to go from Ukraine to the Baltic states, and still people are quite nervous and they're not very comfortable, and especially Latvia and Estonia with big Russian-speaking groups. And some of them are absolutely loyal and wonderful citizens, but others could be sentimental of Putinism, for instance. But still, the media started using fear as their daily commodity. And these titles, Russians are coming, Putin's next step will be Riga. And how can we explain this happen? Quite simply, because they cannot function otherwise than that. And this is something that is even stronger. As rational human beings, they would understand that this is counterproductive. After all, it violates and hurts the citizens and deprives them of their peace of mind. But at the same time, they know that fear is what matters the most. And it could be proliferated, multiplied, strengthened. And we cannot compare, some rumors that were used in the days of Aristotle, Plato, or Machiavelli, the culture of rumors, in Renaissance court, for instance, with global fear and the production of fear, which is quite strong nowadays.
Just a very short remark. I would sum this up as people getting extremely frustrated because of losing the security, the safety net, the social democratic benefits. And that's why they are unhappy, they are insecure, and they need monsters, and they will find the monsters. And the Roma are very convenient monsters because there are a lot of problems that are very, very difficult to deal with. And Europe is a very convenient monster because Europe is far away. And anyway, we want the money. We want to, give the money to our guys. But other than that, thank you. We don't want any intervention or interference from Europe. So there are different forms of monsters or different names for the same monster, but basically it's some kind of insecurity in people that we must understand, because we are not going to beat them with arguments. I can go out there and argue, my heart out, It's not about argument. It's some kind of very deep, unhappy, insecure, angry wish to survive and hold on to some basic things, and I think we must address that on that level. And politicians can be very cooperative and important because it is their problem. They have to address these frustrations. As a writer, as a teacher, sure I can be with my students or my children but my readers. But it is up to political parties and their programs to address these frustrations. But I do agree that they find monsters, boogeymen, so that they don't have to address what the problem really is. And so I would be most happy to have a conversation, and sometimes I do have conversations in the media with a politician, but it's easier usually to find another target, and we need politicians who can grow up.
I just wanted to say because you both mentioned witches. What I find very interesting in Poland now is that the Catholic Church goes back to sort of medieval times. They would bring a healer by the name of Father Bashobora from one of the African countries who can heal people and resurrect people, supposedly. And they bring him to National Football Stadium in Warsaw, and there's 30,000 people who come with buses to Warsaw to be healed during the Mass. And this person, for a lack of a better word, has this huge magical show, sort of semi-religious, semi-magical show with not with resurrecting alas, but with some other stuff. And you have a monthly magazine called The Exorcist, and it's a thick magazine that is being published monthly, and it's all about devilish possessions. You have priests who have sermons about people during exorcism who vomit strings and little radios.
Polish science fiction was always very strong genre. We love Stanislav Lem and the others, so we can imagine.
But those are things which were not heard of in the Polish church for the last 50 years. And they go back to this weirdest things. They feel the devilish possessions in Lego, in yoga, in Hello Kitty. I mean, name it, you have it.
In Hello Kitty I can see it as well.
And you have Catholic priests who find the information on the internet, and they find like Hello Kitty thing. This was some kind of satire from UK, I think, and they find it in the internet. They think it's for real, and they copy it and they spread the news about it, and it goes within the normal right-wing Catholic media as sort of fact of life. Hello Kitty is a demon that's going to devour your child. So they're pretty prolific in spreading a new magic. And new superstitions, and this is not, a question of some very simple local parish priests who invent that. It's a huge machine. So witches are real these days in Eastern Europe and Central Europe.
And I think even beyond, because in the United States there is one politician called Rick Santorum, and once Rick Santorum described universities as a perfect place for the devil, because people are very intelligent, arrogant, and they are in the possession of the devil. So that's how Rick Santorum described things. But sincerely, very briefly, I would say that I am not demonizing politicians. That would be a stupid thing to do, because I was in their shoes for 5 years. And although I'm not a party member, but I'm a political commentator myself, and still, as a political theorist and commentator, I feel quite interested in the quality of politics, and I would be happy to see the genuine leadership, moral and political leadership in our societies. I would be happy to see political figures, if not of the stature of Havel, then people who would be able to lead the public opinion. But what we see nowadays is that they try to make it up to the public opinion. They try to please it instead of leading the public opinion. And concerning the Catholic Church, I am not against the Catholic Church, nor am I against Catholicism as such. I am not a member of the Church, and I would describe myself as an agnostic. But the problem is that when bishops or quite, I would say, social and civic-minded clergy people, they participate in civil society. Of course, I welcome this tendency. Bishops are citizens, the Catholic Church could be part of civil society, but things become very problematic when they assume their unwritten and unfixed role in political system, which is none, because the state should be neutral. I'm not talking about the atheistic state, but the state should be neutral with regards to every faith, every kind of religion. And for them it's very difficult to assume. Once the Catholic Church is more influential, they cannot take seriously neither Islam, nor Judaism, nor any other religion. But the fact is that freedom is about to believe and about to disbelieve. Freedom is about to be, for instance, attached or disattached, connected or disconnected. And to believe or not to believe is up to us. It's up to citizens to decide. And my feeling is that somehow the leader of the Catholic Church, the Pope, Franciscus, somehow I have a feeling that he is far ahead of the majority of bishops and cardinals nowadays. It's a long way to go. He said, who am I to judge gays and lesbians? And in terms of his modesty and common sense, I think that he could be a role model for the Catholic Church. But in many ways, I'm just afraid that the majority of high clergy live somehow in the mindset and the setting which is far away from that.
If he will be kicking too much, he will be excommunicated by the Polish Church. It's just... this is one thing, and the second thing...
They will resurrect, the former one at the stadium.
He's still alive.
I said once that, how to describe, for instance, the radical left. For radical left, even Karl Marx would not be acceptable for many reasons. Because of his family relationship with Phillips, and rabbis on the mother side. So this candidacy would be quite doubtful. And the same applies to some popes. They are not acceptable for genuine Catholics.
Thank you very much, Esther Babarci, Leonidas Donskis, and Jacek Dehnel, for coming to Bratislava, for coming to Central European Forum. Thank you for being with us this morning, and thank you all for coming. Ďakujeme veľmi pekne, že ste prišli, a poprosím vás o veľký potlesk. Please give him an applause for this, and a big hand. Thank you so much. Ďakujeme.
If I may, as a guest, to thank you. So this is just a very brief address of a guest. I would like to thank my fellow panelists. And I would like to thank Michal, and from the bottom of my heart I would like to thank the organizers of the Central European Forum. This is my third time, and I cannot thank enough Marta Šimečkova, Martin Šimečka, and of course Tomáš Horvat. Thank you very much indeed.
This is not the end. In about 30 minutes. Thank you so much, Leonidas.
Vážení priatelia, dámy a páni, som veľmi rád, že ste sem prišli a chcel by som privítať nielen vás, ale aj ľudí, čo nás sledujú na internete. Povedali mi, že sú ich stovky, čiže to publikum je oveľa väčšie, mnohopočetnejšie, než tu môžeme vidieť. Tie témy, o ktorých budeme hovoriť, sú samozrejme veľmi zaujímavé, ale máme tu aj fantastických hostí. Nebudem venovať veľa času ich predstavovaniu, len krátko. Po mojej lavici je Fatos Lubonja z Albánska, je to veľmi známy spisovateľ, ale aj z môjho pohľadu je to človek, ktorý strávil 17 rokov vo väzení v Albánsku a zrejme tieto albánske väzenia patria k tým najhorším v Európe. Ale keď sa na vás pozerám, tak vyzeráte, ako keby ste strávili tých 17 rokov vo fit centre, vo fitku, ale samozrejme neodporúčam pobyt vo väzení na tento účel. Ďalej tu máme Slawomira Sierakowskiego, to je ďalšia generácia. Zatiaľ som nebol vo väzení, no ale nikdy nevieš.
Even younger, and he's now was very, very operative. We invited him because he's one of the organizers of the biggest demonstration in Hungary 2 weeks ago against the internet tax. So we will. Actually, the model of this debate is thought like we are two veterans, old guys, who had been trying to survive communism and also maybe, so not so much to change it, but it happened then. We took part in the changes. And the younger generation, which is now they are keen to change the system now. So I think we have something common. And we will now debate about that, what actually we have in common, but also mostly about the future. We will not so much talk about the past because it's not so interesting anymore. But first of all, I was thinking about to start with the youngers. So Slavik, you... Well, actually, how old are you?
He's younger.
How old are you?
30.
30?
Well, I look younger, but he's younger.
Oh. I don't comment this. Okay, you are right. So, Karol, just try to. We start with a personal experience and personal, kind of a short story. What's your story in these last weeks? How do you feel and what happened?
There is an activist community in Budapest, mainly today, and it actually formed in the recent years. My roots are in the student network, which organized protests, occupations in 2012 and 2013. We are active in politics, but not active in party politics. Although there are some members of this community who participate somehow in party politics as well, but not on a high level. We consider ourselves independent, that's why. And our role in the recent demonstrations was, in our understanding, the role of the facilitator. We, of course, so these demonstrations were mainly organized by the government, in a sense that they introduced the internet tax law, and the society reacted really in a really big way. I mean, what I see now in conversations, what I see now on the internet is unprecedented. I'm co-editing a blog, and our the visitor statistics goes in the sky. I know a lot of friends who were not active previously in any political movement. They were not actually that interested in politics. But now they took out a day from the work to go to a demonstration. I think that, so that's why I think that something's already changed. The question is, of course, the future, which we never see. But I think that this is a really important thing. Because one thing would be the reach. How can the messages reach the society? I don't know exactly how the media works, for example, here or in your country, but we have a really divided media scene, really divided, and so it's like if you would live in two different countries based on what you read. And I hope, on the one hand, and this will change things. I mean, like, people will actually have more information. Because it's not that easy to get to them. But if they have some idea that maybe I can get, I mean, the people are saying that I can get to them, then it's much easier. On the other hand, okay, the question is the content, of course, what you want to relay to the society. And for this to happen, I think that this is the time, or the time already came already, but we were not in place. But what I think is that we should somehow invent a language which is free of this division, and somehow we can talk at last about important questions considering not just our country, not just our lives, but this region. And that's why I really enjoy being here, because when I was last time invited by Kritika Polityczna in Szczecin, I really felt that we have a lot in common which we don't know about, and we might learn from each other. We might get to this language which will allow us to talk about real problems and talk about more the reality, not constructions, and I think that we can cooperate in this.
Okay, but that's so what happened in Hungary was just out of nothing. It was like I was surprised. I mean, probably, well, of course, thanks to Orban, who didn't understand probably what internet means for young people. So he probably was surprised too. But there was a reaction. But Slavik, you are the different animal, that because you think that it should be, as far as I understand, you work systematically on the different way of doing or preparing changes or trying to change the society. So how do you think about all this? I mean, what do you do actually? Why do you do what you do?
Thank you. First time I hear that I do something systematically in my life, but I'm flattered. Well, actually, we work systematically probably because not only because we really want it, but that was needed somehow, or it was necessary to do it. Of course, we would prefer to change it like this, but this is actually the problem, that you cannot do it. And I'm keeping my fingers crossed for the Hungarian protests, but the experiences that we have and that you can gather it easily from not only Occupy Wall Street or Indignados, but much more similar, if not exactly the same, protests concerning ACTA, which started in Poland and then in Bulgaria and then around the entire Europe. It disappeared just immediately when the law was not implemented. So this was, and then you can easily see that first, it's very hard to turn from social protest to social movement. This is the new phenomenon, that you don't have it anymore. Like your times were different. You could rely that a certain agenda with a certain people will end up with the social movement. Your example of dissidents will work for the broader public after some time, and not immediately, and of course with many obstacles. What happens now is that it's just impossible somehow. I will try to explain why, what I think about it, and why we do what we do. So the other thing is okay, let me stick to this topic. So first of all, unfortunately, in those deeply depoliticized Western societies, and actually Hungarian society, Polish are more and more Western societies. Now we in Poland, let me announce it to you, are not anymore a part of Eastern Europe, we are a part of Northern Europe now. That's what they think in the government. But yeah, it's getting to be more and more Westernized, of course, everywhere in this part of Europe. And Slovakia is even more Westernized, of course, because you have euro, which is the dream of the governments. At least in Poland, probably Orban is thinking about rubles now. But the problem is that those protests are very anti-political, unfortunately. Like ACTA was anti-political. It could have hardcore libertarians staying next to, like, some remnants of communism, or new crazy communists from, I don't know, Die Linke, let's say, who are also thinking about, implementing rubles, which is a problem. So first is the problem with the politicization. Second, when I'm saying that we are Westernized, I mean we are individualized. And individualization went so to the extent that we probably we seem not to be a society anymore. If you take any definition of society from the founding fathers of sociology, you will see that what happens now looks more like a state of nature, modernized, in a modernized way, advanced technologically. We can have Facebook, Twitter, whatever. But we are, if you know the novel of Michal, Elementary Particles, we look like elementary particles rather than a certain social structure. This is exactly the reason why you cannot have a social movement. There is no, in this kind of social metrics, there is no agenda which would organize people. You cannot organize people from the top, because they are not, first of all, organized organically like a society should be or was before. So this is actually, which is very interesting, and this is how I would like connect what I'm saying to the anniversary that we celebrate. Because what I really think and what I really believe, because I don't want to be only I don't want to be whining and complaining. I would like to have an answer. What we do is we try not to open questions only, but to give answers. And the answer, I think, is something which is very, very, very dissident or neo-dissident answer. Somehow it's the political philosophy which was, put to archives. The way how the dissidents were organizing people, the way how they were thinking about common experience, activism, how to create a trust among the people. Because what I mean by individualized societies, I mean that people are close in their particular perspectives. When they after 1989, the message for the people and for us, this is why we established Kritika, was that we don't need you anymore like an intelligentsia. We don't need guys in sweaters. We need guys in suits because we want to have a middle class, not intelligentsia. We don't want you to be altruistic anymore. We want you to be egoistic because those small egoism, invisible hand of the market would aggregate and create a welfare for everybody. This is what we're going to do in our liberal democracies, because we want to have a capitalism and democracy in Poland, in Hungary, Slovakia, Czech Republic, everywhere. And we said, first we said no because we wanted also to have our romantic being like them, like Havel, Kuron, Michnik, all those guys. But then I realized that not only a form of their activism, but the content of their activism is still to be used, because they knew how to overcome the particular perspectives. The problem in the communism, like the shopkeeper problem in the power of powerless, was how to do something different than people usually do. And this is exactly the problem now. People are thinking, on the everyday basis, and that's okay, that's fine. That's like, no one would accuse strongly even Havel, the shopkeeper. But if you will find at least a small amount of people, like dissidents were a small amount of people, to play for a bit higher stake, then at some point maybe you can count on something more that will be a social movement and not only a social protest. Actually, this is not by chance that our friend was our guest in one of our camps in Chechnya when we have a cultural center and when we have people who are on the everyday basis trying to help their local society. Or Vasil is my comrade from Ukraine. We are the same organization as well. So as you see, this network is, is not something which just became now and tomorrow will be ended. No, we're gonna do what we do, trying to create this social glue, trying to create stronger social bonds than you usually have as users of Facebook or Twitter. This, I think, can give you something more, maybe in future. You never know. This is the risk.
Thank you. Yes. You have now this advantage of being connected without borders and so on. We actually, honestly, I didn't know about you when I was in 80s in communism, because I had actually no information about the others. It was very difficult to have this connection. Well, we had some with Poles and, of course, with Czechs and some Hungarians. But so this is a big difference. But when you look at what's going on today with all these young, you say no movement, social movements, but protests, let's say. How do you feel about that? Having your experience of that the system actually can collapse. And do you think that these protests, what do you think? Do you feel something common with your experience?
Oh yes, I sympathize very much with both of them. In spite of that, as far as I know and as far as I see, they are a bit different. So one is more protest against a sort of authoritarian, urban, and the other is more a protest, as far as I understood, maybe I'm wrong, somehow to change this system, this neoliberal system, to change something which is somehow a crisis that we find not only in our countries, let's say, but even in the West, as far as I understood. And I sympathize with both of them. If I would speak about my experience, I think my country is somehow challenging both of them, but without any kind of movement. And as far as the challenge of the authoritarian system is concerned, I find it more easy in a way, but not that easy in countries like ours, at least in the Balkans. As far as the challenge of the system, the capitalistic system, the neoliberal system, in our countries, more or less, we are waiting for the West to change. We are waiting for pioneers to follow. But since you spoke about, to go to the first point, the challenge of authoritarian system, and to tell something about our experience, my experience as well. I heard the discussions saying that it was easier in our times to make the division between us and them, because it was more clear, the border. But in my experience, at least in the experience of my country, and then I go back to urban, it was not that easy. So just to tell you experience of my life, when I was arrested for the first time, I was 23. So I was released when I was 40, so the age of these guys I spent in jail somehow.
You were 40.
Yes, I mean between 23 and 40 you are already. So I hope you are less than 40. So what happened is that the Secret Service had found my writings, my diaries, and a novel I had written, which was a cassette literature. And I didn't know that they had found them. And I was sent to the police station first. And I met two guys. One was the deputy director of the Secret Services of Albania, and one was the guy who became my investigator after. And they were very distant, and I didn't know. And they asked me, "We are here, we want to know about your political opinions." And I said, in my instinct, I said, it's like a bombshell, this question for me. Let's be a bombshell, they said. And just to defend myself without knowing that they had my writings, I said, like all the rest of us, us, because it's us and them. So us, what was it? Us was, let's say, the official propaganda, what all people were saying, because we were used since our youth that the sheep who strays from the flock, it's eaten by the wolf. And so you have to be inside the flock. And so I was trying to stay inside the flock because it was a regime that could. So the slogan of our dictator was, if you raise your finger, we cut your hand. If you raise your hand, we cut your head. So this was... Anyway, and then they showed me that they had my writings, and so this us means very often even fear, to try to be part of us. And all the challenge, at least in my life, has been to become an individual somehow, to challenge the wolf, which has been the power. And I could say that with all what happened during the so-called revolution, I don't call it revolution in my country, maybe we learned something how to challenge the power, authoritarian power. And I'm not sure about that. I still consider myself a double outsider in my country, and I will explain it later, what do I mean. But still we have some sort of immunity towards authoritarian system. I live in a country where we have had elections, and we have changed two parties. And the change has been basically linked to the fact that after two mandates, the guy started to become as a leader, evoking the leader, the absolute leader of the times. And then the vote against him has been, most of all, a vote against this absolute leader. But what we have not still learned, in my view, and we didn't have any sort of community, was the conformity with the dominating ideology. So neoliberalism became the ideology of power of the new elite, who basically changed code mostly. And what happened, I considered myself as if we crossed somehow. I didn't hear in these debates these days the word post-democracy. It's Kevin Kloch, an American politologist, who has coined it. The idea is that in the West, now it's no more democracy, but it's post-democracy in the sense that the decision-making is not made by people, as democracy means, but by the so-called lobbies, they call it in the States. Oligarchs, we call them in our countries, generally speaking. It has been studied in the States during this year or last year, about more than 1,500 decisions taken by the American government. And it's a study made by two economists who studied, they have taken different socio-economical classes of American society and asked them if they agreed or disagreed with this decision-making. And after, I don't know how many people they have somehow asked, and it seems that those who agreed with this decision-making were the upper classes, generally. So this is somehow the meaning of, and of post-democracy. And that's why I sympathize with these guys who now think that we went too far in individualism, and we need not to turn back to the older times, I mean to socialize our economy and so on, but we need much more to socialize our responsibilities, for what. And that's why I sympathize very much with these movements, whom I see as an attempt to socialize our responsibilities, to be part of the decision making through parties or not through parties, maybe through civil society and through.
Well, I remember I try to be part of debate because I'm playing this role of veteran as well as a moderator too. So I remember that I see two things which were crucial for changes in '89, and the pretext of that was the definition of the situation. And the power of powerless by Havels, I mean, his essay was crucial because it defined, I mean, what all of us somehow knew, but we were not able to express it or to clearly think about it. So the definition is very much needed. Then you have to realize how do you live, or what's all about. That's very, I mean, and I think it's crucial. That's what I still miss today, for example. And the second thing is, if you define the situation, then you will have to propose what should be changed. And it was very easy. I mean, the first thing was very difficult, and I think that's what the most talented people like Havel and the others had been trying a lot. Well, finally, some of them did it successfully, like Václav Havel. But then, I mean, to find the way how to change was quite easy. Free elections, and well, and the communists should go, and freedom as such. and then maybe Western European way of life and this political system. So that was quite easy. But I think in a situation today, I still miss the definition, and I still miss, and most of all, I miss what to do. So what do you say about this? Both of you, however.
Okay. We can learn a lot from history, I think, and that's why it's great that you talk about your experiences, but we can go back even further. If you just get that sentence, what you said, Slawomir, that Orban is thinking about the rubles currently, I think this is, so it's definitely not funny. If you look at the Hungarian history, so the Russian Empire played a big role at least 2 times in the last 150 years when the revolutions, the Hungarian revolutions were oppressed, I mean like brought down. And I think since 89 we grew up, or at least I grew up in a world where I considered myself free by definition. I consider the future as a developing future by definition. I just recently realized, and I think what's happening now, that a lot of people are realizing this as well, that this is not the case. So yeah, we definitely need to interpret the situation, what we are in. Because first, just some second-class politician will say that, okay, we will exit the European Union, and then everybody is laughing at him. But after a year or 2, maybe that will come back in a more powerful way, and then somehow I can't imagine it how, but it can turn to reality, as a lot of things in Hungary turned to reality in recent 4 years, which were unexpected or unbelievable before. But the problem is, of course, not just with this 4 years, and that's where I arrived to your second question, partly. But first, for the big picture, we have to see that the lack of alternatives, the lack of trustable political power or party is one of the main reasons that we don't have a real agenda for the future, and that we don't have an alternative now. The Hungarian opposition really can't be in a worse position as they are now. None of the parties have any fantasy, any political fantasy, any power and any support. Most of them don't have much support in the society. And if you see then the percentage of the elections, I mean like the society, how many people go to the elections, then you see this line going down, down, down since our first election in 1990. This is what needs to be changed, I think, in the first, first, because if we talk about democracy and we talk about legitimization, I mean like to legitimize the power, then you can't do it without the people. And okay, I am rhyming every time back to my 2 points, like the language and the reach. So and then you have to say something about this alternative. What I feel is that the inequalities in the society, which are, there are a lot of societies which are more unfortunate than ours, but if you know something about the Hungarian society, in these days we can unfortunately say that this is a 10 million country with about 4 million under the poverty line, and so this is becoming half of the society being so poor that they can't afford the minimum qualities of life. So that's why we both think, I think, that this is the time of the new left, by which I don't mean the corrupt oligarchs of the previous left, which all the society thinks, and this is a language problem again. But we mean more equality in the society, and by this buzzword, neoliberalism, as I know, the meaning of neoliberalism changed over time, and it can be detected when it changed and which actual actions led it to be reinterpreted. I don't think that, so I heard neoliberalism recently always in a bad sense. Actually, it's a word of a bad meaning.
It's a dirty word, yeah.
But we don't talk much about, well, that economy which like has a social aspect. There is a word for that actually, which I just trying to find. But you know, when you live economically liberal, you respect the competition, but at the same time, you do a minimum. You can like say that, okay, under this line nobody can be. Okay, I know that this is not this easy, but I really hope that, because now we are at the time actually in Hungary within the negative messages. Yeah, this is what happening is truly and really bad, and our democratic checks and balances are destroyed, our institutions are being destroyed, and this is again not that funny. But I hope that the time of the positive messages will come, and because the society is in this bad shape, I hope that we, or somehow we will be able to tell our ideas of the future in a way that it will be so everybody will understand. And if we have enough people who understood the message, then I think this is a change already.
Well, yeah. You remember that Lenin has said the worse, the better. So, I mean, it just, if Hungary is really very, very bad, so you think it could be changed. But, okay, but Poland is not so bad in that. But Marek, Slavik, what's your then, I mean, definition and idea? I mean, how can you think about that? Is there any?
I'm sorry, I'm in a similar condition than our contemporary politics. You asked first what is to be done. You remember who asked this question? What is to be done?
Yeah.
Who was it?
No, Lenin was. No.
Czernyszewski, Nikolai Czernyszewski.
Yeah, you are right.
And he actually, Dostoevsky wrote an answer to this question. What is to be done is the name of the novel about love and about the triangle, actually. And but Czernyszewski has an idea which somehow is similar to what is ruling now as a liberalism or neoliberalism. However, of course, it's uncomparable. But like one thing is similar. It's about his idea was like, let's harmonize our egoisms. This is what I was explaining or like describing to you before. And so notes from the underground that you know by Dostoevsky, when the guy is like, you know, waking up and saying, you know, life is shit, you know, and then ending up that I really want to commit suicide and so on, was the idea that like if how we can harmonize our rationalisms and everything is determined and so on, if I can commit suicide. And this expression, this committing suicide could be like a expression of freedom. But actually, what was the descent of this intellectual, who was Russian, very conservative, very strongly state believer, after Katorga, actually, when he met Polish dissidents, and he was so pissed off by Polish dissidents because they were different than Russian the Russian peasants. Polish dissidents, the problem with Polish dissidents were that they thought that they are not guilty. And this was actually the big problem for Dostoevsky. But the idea was that you cannot have a crystal palace. You cannot harmonize people. If your idea of a conference is us and them, this Carl Schmitt division, is that the politics is always about the conflict. Politics is always about antagonism. And then, now if you remember, the promise of 1989 was not only a promise of procedural democracy and the free market, but also a promise of consensus. We in Polish language, first, because it was a new word, started to write it by C, consensus, like in the Latin version. Only after a few years we Polonized this word and started to write it by K. And then, so the idea was that we don't need to quarrel anymore. After we overcame communism, the quarrel is not possible, it's not needed anymore. Actually, this was a very anti-democratic idea, because if you don't have left and right, and all of the dissidents almost wanted to be beyond left and right. Until 1989, most of them were leftist. They were saying that they are social democrats or even socialists. After it, they did not want it to. They wanted to be open society, Actually, this idea is pretty anti-democratic, anti-political, because who will vote for closed society? I had a talk, this kind of talk with George Soros, and I immediately and strongly criticized the idea of open society, which I recommend you as a best strategy to fundraise with George Soros, because he's so old that he's sleeping when he's hearing that, yes, George, you're right, George. So provoke him, and then you're gonna get your millions. And this is actually an anti-democratic idea because there is no conflict, there is no us and them, and when there is no conflict, there is nothing to be chosen. Okay, you cannot choose your ideas if there is only one on the table that is correct, that is open society version. Okay, and this is what we have after 1989. We had not left and right, we had right and wrong, and this actually after. And look what happened. When open society people were dealing with the very hard transition, it worked like a self-fulfilling prophecy that sooner or later they had to make mistakes. And then people voted for other people, for closed society. This is why you had Mečiar, we had Kaczynski, they had Orban. Always, not in every country, someone like closed society representation came to power. This is why it was much better and more pluralistic, democratic, was to have left and right instead of this other anti-political division. This was one big problem with transition when we were talking in the time of anniversary. Then let's come back to the text of Václav Havel to tell you what's the future definitions, because it's not, you don't need to invent dynamite. And if you really believe that we invent now that, like, we new guys, our job is to invent new discourse, new, ideas, and then we're gonna, overcome all our problems. It's not the dissidents that they invented democracy and free market. I mean, you were great guys, but it were not you, okay? You delivered it to the people by overcoming communism. However, it was Polish Pope that did it, let's be honest. I'm kidding. But that's what they believe in Poland. But so actually you have all the definitions in this great essay. But what was interesting in this essay is that that what Havel was saying was not only about the communism. was also about capitalism. Havel was very exceptional dissident. Most of the dissidents were not thinking about capitalism, and were like they thought that everything which is far from communism is a paradise. So like capitalism is something that you really don't need to think about too much, because if you're gonna get it, you're gonna be in heaven. So this is what really. And I remember when there was a new edition of Havel's text, Adam Bichnik wrote that he read it again, and he thinks that they were not thinking about it really. Only Havel was thinking about it. And in this text or in other texts, there is a book interview done with Havel in 1986. What is this name? This hearing, zaoczne przesłuchanie in Polish. When he compares IBM to Skoda, do you remember? And he says that it's pretty similar, but in IBM they manipulate people a bit more subtle way. Okay, actually, if you look what is going, who is in a better shape is rather Skoda than IBM now. So Havel was again right, but in the power of powerless, you have this comparison that capitalism and communism are two post-totalitarian systems. This is what Havel writes in this essay. What he is calling for, he's calling about what? Existential revolution. This is very similar to what Tomasz Masaryk was saying. Tomasz Masaryk was asking for revolution of hearts and minds. It's not that I'm giving you now the answer that let's do the existential revolution, of course. But the idea was actually that what you have to do, and my friends told it already, and you gave the example of it by your lives, by your revolution of hearts and minds, because this is exactly what you did, was we work with the people, in the people, and this always be a political philosophy of any social change. This did not change and never changed from the times of humanity, and will never change. Okay, of course, at least when we will gonna have humanity and people, and this gonna be the problem of social change, post-social, post-democratic, whatever. and so don't expect any other message than the message that was actual when Havel wrote the text. It's a question of job, of working, of making an effort, of matching people like we matched, and we are matching inside. Okay, no Facebook, no Twitter, nothing else. Like no Twitter but Havel. Okay, that's my answer.
Well, interesting. I mean, the thing is that the difference in 70s and 80s, as I remember that, was that all these dissidents and Havel himself, most of the energy we spent was to defend our own dignity somehow. I mean, to live actually outside of the system, because this was the only way how to survive to save your dignity and to feel like a human being. It was much more energy put into this than into any political thinking. And then we were surprised actually in '89 having the experience, but we were not prepared to change. I mean, for these changes so much. I mean, and there was a big question of how much should we take part in the politics and in the changes as a political animals. And Havel was exactly another exception, because he took the responsibility. But the fact is that when I see two problems in all these movements, I sympathize very much as you do. I mean, first of all, I mean, with those which I sympathize with are mostly leftist, but you have also right-wing actually movements or pretty dangerous. And even the leftists are sometimes not so innocent. If you look at Spain and this new Podemos party, well, some of their ideas are pretty scary for me. Like out of NATO, actually out of Euro and whatever. I mean, it's not.
If I may just small advance, this is why I mentioned left only one time, saying that we need to have a division, a kind of a conflict, something which will be like a choice, not just one correct version and everything against is incorrect. I'm not leftist in the sense that I'm a fetishist of the word left. I'm trying to support some kind of attitudes. If they are leftist, then I'm leftist. If they are not leftist, then I don't give a shit about it, about the word left. I mean, you can call me whatever you want. So because I know many people who are thinking mostly about this word left, and I checking other people if they're leftist enough, and it takes all their time, so they don't do nothing with the people and other thing. I don't want to be like that. I don't want also my comrades to be like that.
Comrades is a good word. I mean. Yes, but what do you think? I mean, you live also in Italy, and so you see. I mean, it could be from good intentions to pretty big crowds, which I would be sometimes scared of.
Listen. So to turn back to our previous regime and the situation now, I find somehow, when I mentioned post-democracy, so my thinking was that we, in our part of the world, generally, went from dictatorship to post-democracy without this period of democracy. And now I try to explain, because it's very interesting for me, this discussion about left and right and the need. And I agree. There is an Italian philosopher who has written a very nice book about it, Left and Right, Norberto Bobbio. And I think that what he's saying is still very important and very true. When he tries to define what is right and what is left, he takes let's say, three elements. First of all, he's referred to philosophers like Rousseau and Nietzsche, and saying that according to Rousseau, we are all equal, so he's dealing with equality and inequality. We are all equal, but it's, what happened after that made us unequal. And Nietzsche is saying the contrary somehow. We are unequal, but Christianity and all what happened that's made us equal, tries to make us equal. So he's putting the question, are we equal or unequal? And he said his answer is, we are both, equal and unequal. And now he combines these two categories with freedom. And when he tries to define the systems that we have experienced, he's simplifying it. Idea is that extreme left means equality plus lack of freedom. Extreme right is inequality plus lack of freedom. So if we combine inequality with freedom and equality with freedom, we will have center left, which is equality plus freedom, and center right, inequality, that means competition, that means individuality, egoism maybe, and freedom. Now the pendulum, in my view, in our countries, went too much from this extreme left, equality plus lack of freedom, very quickly to inequality plus lack of freedom, which means this power of oligarchs, this post-democracy. And I find two elements why we went so quickly in that direction. Two reasons. One is because we didn't have a democracy in between to develop the immunity, a critical spirit, etc., civil society. And we were very, very easy, we could take very easy the neoliberalism as an ideology somehow. And so the new man in our countries became, in Albania, for instance, Berlusconi. So he was the ideal of capitalism, to get richer and richer. And we have built this system.
When you said Berlusconi, something.
Yeah.
I don't think we are
so,
Be sure we are not.
Now, I think that one reason is the past, and another reason is because what happened in the West, even the West. So I'm very critical about the word transition. More time comes and more critical I am about the word transition. Why? Because the transition was something like as if we were on this other side, on this side of the river, and we had to cross the desert, some say, the desert, to go to the paradise, which was the West. But it was not the case, because the West was a train moving somehow itself. The West was moving. It was not a fixed point. So, and the movement of the West, in my view, and the was going too far in this towards this post-democracy. So we imitate this, and that's why we went too far on the right, let's say. And I agree that we don't have a party of the left, and that we need a left in the sense that we need to turn back to the social, let's say. I mentioned before the social. And what I mean with that is there are studies now. I very much like this economist of happiness, I don't know, somehow, who have made some studies, especially in America and in Britain, about how people feel. You asked before how people feel. And what is paradoxical for them, and needs to be explained, is that in spite that in America the salaries, the growth is increasing, the happiness is decreasing since the 70s. If you measure the happiness with only the income and the growth, then to reach the point of the year 70s in America, according to them, America needs to have the growth of China, which is impossible. Why? Because happiness is not only linked with money, but happiness is linked even with what they call, the Italians say, beni relazionali, relationship. So the goods coming from relationships, from the fact that we are not only egoistic beings, but we are altruistic beings as well in our nature. So that you cannot, let's say, to put it simply, you cannot buy friendship and love with money. So we need to turn, and the good of the relationships is decreasing. The trust in institutions is decreasing, and that's why it's important to turn back to the relationship between people. And now it comes the problems of the market. Why of the market? Because the market is very much pushing for its own interests in a sort of vicious circle, that more you feel alone, more you need goods to fulfill your loneliness, and more you need these goods, you should more work to earn the money to buy these goods. And this is a vicious circle of the market that has produced even the inequality we are. So how to change this is, for me, it's a big challenge. And that's why I'm very happy to see them, because I am somehow a generation of pessimists. I consider myself a pessimist. And one of the ways, I think, to change this is to go to our nature as human beings, and to one thing which is very important in our nature. So we have, all animals have a sense of adaptations, and we as human beings have very much this sense of adaptation, somehow to adapt ourselves to. So when I was in jail, I remember first day I went, and I somehow they undressed you from the civil codes, and then you had to take this dress,
Yes.
stripes, stripes, go to the bath to make the bath, and then come out with this dress.
And you felt clean.
No, what I would say is that, so I undress myself, I dress this, and in the same time I had these two feelings somehow, which were following my life. In one way, we had no mirrors there, but you could have windows, and so you know that in the window you can, and so I want to see myself in this window, how I look, so I wanted to look nice, with this dress. So I tried to adapt myself to this situation, but in the same time, I always refuse this dress. This is not mine. It's not me. So there'll come a time. So now, what I want to say is that we have this sense of adaptation, but as human beings, only as human beings, we have what the psychologists call the sense of possibility. That we can change, that we can create projects to change things. And now, in my view, what I am experiencing, even in Italy, the pressure of the market, the pressure of the power, is very much pushing people to adapt themselves to the system. And the sense of possibility, which should be somehow, it's very suffocated, and it starts from the school, I think. Since the school people are prepared to adapt, so you are prepared to work for this market, for this way. And second thing in the school that I find problematic to come to the point of sociability is that very often we are educated with the competition to be the best of the class, to compete and not to work together, not to be much more somehow not with the spirit of competition, but with the spirit of collaboration, of working together. And I think it's wrong to say that. So of course, I appreciate very much individualism as a way of liberation of human being, but in the same time we should not go too far when a sack of potatoes becomes only a sack of potatoes, as Bauman puts it somehow. But we need a synergy, and I very much like. We need to live with both of them, and that's why I think the pendulum should swing to the other side. It's time for the pendulum to swing to more relationships, more collaboration, more altruism, more solidarity, and as I did put in a word, to socialize our responsibilities somehow.
Well, I just look. What I have a question, but first of all, I have to comment a little bit or to say something. I mean, what the difference between what I think is today and what the past in '89, as we remember this day, was there were huge crowds on the streets, like in Hungary 2 weeks ago. But what was typical for this crowd? They were on the squares where people could gather, and it was kind of an abstract gathering in a sense. It was against communism, but it was in a place which were kind of a common big square. And I think it was very important because then the definition and the demand was put in the place which was political in sense, as a square. And from that, then, of course, regime collapsed and the political parties just started to exist and so on and so on. I mean, and I think that that process was, even we didn't know it quite well, but the fact that it was impersonal in some sense, it was against communism, and actually, of course, we shouted some names, whatever, but it was kind of a more abstract about the system. In Slovakia now these days happened a thing, and we all hate oligarchs, I agree with you. I mean, and I think many people do, in our world actually, in this neoliberal world we live in. In Slovakia happened that a week ago there was a big scandal with some healthcare system, whatever, and the Speaker of Parliament who was thought to be oligarch, responsible for all this corruption in healthcare system, and he became rich of that. So the political opposition started to organize a demonstration in front of his house, which was a very luxury house, about 500 people. A couple of days next, the speaker resigned, which I'm not sorry for him at all. I think he deserved much earlier to resign. But what I'm a little bit nervous about is that it wasn't a demonstration against the system. It was a demonstration in front of the house against one guy, oligarch, whatever. And it worked. He became scared. And I think many of them are scared that the crowds could come to their house to break their walls and just to start to, beat them, whatever. And I think the mood sometimes is like that. But I'm a little bit worried, and because this can go out of control completely, and you will have no control about that at all then. So my question from this is, actually, do you think that you can organize a social movements based on dissatisfied, people who are not satisfied with us, who are angry, who are frustrated, to organize them in a positive way, which will not break, the society itself, or at least what we can talk about still, whatever post-democracy or democracy, it's still represented by political parties, which they are the only tool how you can change the system still. You may have the other ideas, but my question is, do you agree that all these demonstrations, movements, which are all around the world, and until now most of them actually disappeared because they had no leaders and they had no political ideas to step into the system and to be part of that, to change it from inside. So what do you think about this? Do you believe that you have to be part of the system to change it, or you think it's better to go against it, to destroy it, or to just go to and to demonstrate against the villas of oligarchs? What do you think, how it should be changed?
Tell them.
Of course, the system consists most of the time from people. Maybe in the future there will be a computerized government, possible, but...
You mean like machines will control us?
There are a lot of examples in the books already. You can read about such things. I don't consider myself an important... I'm one of the crowd. It's not a question for me if I will be part of the system or not. I think that in a sense somehow we will be part of the system. But this is I don't feel that this division is the most important because people will modify the system somehow, then they will get in the system, then the other people will modify the system further. So of course the power will be somewhere at certain times. And what is really important, that even the power and even the people should not use violence. I think it's what you thought about it, you can lose control, and this is the worst thing I think can happen to a certain society in a way. And actually, if you see from the statistical point of view, then you can conclude that the non-violent resistance is more successful than the violent resistance. And of course I think we can agree in this easily, that we are against violence, Actually, today, there will be almost 30 demonstrations in Hungary as a follow-up for the recent demonstrations. We don't know yet how big they will be. My gut feeling is that there will be a big demonstration actually in Budapest, and there will be certain demonstrations actually around Europe. The dissidents, actually, which we have a lot currently, 30 or 300,000 people in the United Kingdom or so. And partly as a result of our current government actions. So yeah, I think that the answer is in your question somehow. But the main thing is, and what I felt you talked about, or just you went around one important thing, which is trust. Trust in the other people, and trust in the political system, trust in the politicians, trust in politics. I think we have none of these currently, or too small amount. If you talk about an egoistic society, this means actually the lack of trust to other people. Okay, I can handle it myself. I won't trust you because, yeah, and the cooperation, no way. Maybe, yeah, we can compete. But for cooperation, you need trust. And so, yeah, these notions are just notions. I know that this is not too concrete, but somehow I think, those people who are in the public, who are, because power lies not just in the political power, but if you are representing a case, if you are representing an idea in the media, for example, then there is the power you have influencing other people's mind. And I think somehow this should arrive, and this should go in the direction of trust, because we did not trust our institutions. We did not trust, like the Hungarian society did not care about the checks and balances. Orban tries to destroy. Let them do that. Did it do any good for us recently? No, it did not much. It did some, but it was not visible. These are not just structures. We and our, I think, our task, the intelligentsia with the shredders, So it's like we need to interpret these political institutions as well, and not just for us. Sitting here, a couple hundred people listening to us. This is not enough.
What is the topic of the demonstrations today? If the internet taxes are not anymore in
its name is public rage. Public rage. Yes, actually, there are certain activist communities in Budapest. There are certain parts of the activist community. I'm not organizing, unfortunately, today's demonstrations. We organized around 5 demonstrations in 2 weeks, and, well, it was a little bit too exhausting as well, but this is not the question. The question is that we will see what will happen today. I do fear and I do hope about today. I hope that everything will be peaceful, because, as I told you recently, that I think it's one of the most important questions regarding the current situation. On the other hand, I hope that there will be a lot of people, and what I feel, and what I told you already, I see a lot of new people, and this was the main thing, I think, in the internet demonstrations, not the internet tax, and not that it was withdrawn, but it was, if it was great that it was a success, but that those people who were not interested before in anything, they arrived, and actually they were successful as well. In this one case. Yeah. And to overcome. Yes, sir.
Well, day of rage is a little bit abstract. We will see what will happen to this evening. But so. Slavik,
we'll see when they come to you.
To my house? Well, they can. There's nothing to steal. So the system. Being in or being out, Slavek.
There are so many points that just like the biography of Havel is, the name is Keep It Short. Yes, I mean, like in American it's from the castle and back, because stupid Americans, they always have to have like a story and like fairy tale, and they did not want to have the real title. Keep it short. So tell me, keep it short at a certain point. But first of all, systems doesn't exist anymore in the same sense as it existed before, when you had this clear division that we were hearing about. Then one word can change a lot. One word can trigger reaction and mobilize people. That from this point of view, you are right that this is easy, of course. However, I don't want to neglect all the hard obstacles from the time of communism. I don't, I was too young to do anything. Like I was 9 when 1989 was, happened. But like when we are talking seriously about the system, you are already included in it. Okay. In this sense, the system is open and it is closing itself by you, adding you as another commodity to the market. If you are not, in the sense that, if before in 60s provocation could work, okay, now provocation is the most conservative convention of the system. The most stupid MTV or something are based on the provocation convention, okay, or stupid reality shows or whatever, okay? So it doesn't work that way anymore. Forget it. Forget also about political parties. I'm sorry, Martin. I'm sure that you will be disappointed, but we will not be disappointed. So you said that this is only true. This is not. Political parties were invented some time ago, not so much time ago, 100 years more or less, and will not be a synonym of democracy and never were synonym of democracy. They worked, but they don't work anymore, and it's so obvious that there is the difference between them is disappearing. Okay, the way how they can change something, it's less and less efficient. Okay, why? From the most simple reason that economy is globalized, politics is not globalized, which means that any, minister responsible for economy will not be sovereign inside the state, because financial market rate agencies will tell him what to do. Higher your taxes, you're gonna see next day what's gonna happen to your deficit. Okay, that's the message. So you're not sovereign anymore. Political parties in this sense cannot do too much. Okay, so where the politics is now, if not between political parties. When the law is changed, when it is changing, or who changed the law in last years, at least in Poland, the law is not negotiated between coalition or opposition. It is negotiated between government and coalitions of NGO. The last 5 reforms in Poland for 7 years, the opposition just did not exist. They don't even write programs. Do your parties in your country write programs anymore? Have you seen something like this?
They try, but nobody reads them.
They don't try in Poland anymore. I mean, and then it's more smart than to do it. Come on, it's a waste of time. No one will read it. They will not realize it. And so at least Poles don't care about it. So you see, I was telling you the truth, and they, someone is hearing me, whatever you take as an example in Poland, and we had 2 real reforms by the government. Pension reform. It was, the opposition did not say anything about it because they did not even know what to say. Leszek Balcerowicz, who was the main opponent of the government, is a member of NGO. He created NGO, not a political party. Okay, it's very symptomatic. We changed the law about narcotics. It was horrible. It's not only about narcotics. It was most conservative law, and thousands of people were sent every year to prison for the small amount of something, and then you get bandits. Really, after a year in prison, what you get is a real criminal. Okay, this was a very important social issue. Then the law about women in politics, about parties, was also forced by us, not by political parties. Then 1% on culture and wars in Poland, which is a very important thing, because there is a lot of political capital inside culture. Also was forced by us, not by any opposition. I cannot remember anything done by political parties except of one which has to do something because unfortunately has a government. So they are like this, but they have to do something, you know, this is the moment. So really, I mean, don't worry, Martin, but try to forget about political parties because they really don't work anymore. This was very interesting example by Norberto Bobbio that you found, but the answer to Norberto Bobbio is very simple. I'm very surprised that he did not get it. Because actually I disagree with him because he really believes that left is about equality. It's very simple to think about it, but he already inside the same book, this book, answered why it doesn't make sense. The simple answer to him is that equality of freedom could be the answer. Like, because it's exactly about this. So in my point of view, if all of us, women and men, heterosexuals, homosexuals, workers and elites, will have the same access to freedom, which means concrete things, which means material minimum to be a part of society, which means that you have money for your lawyer if you have a problem in your job, which means that you have money to meet someone else in a restaurant to be a part of society. This is this is an access to freedom. If it is more or less equal, then you have, let's say, democratic or leftist shape of society. That would be my answer to, or like the rational answer to or leftist answer to Bobbio. Then when you mentioned necessity. Okay, my idea of the left is about making people a subject of their own life. In front of the state, Catholic Church in Poland, which is a second government or a first government, really. Don't forget that Poland is still a country, probably together with Albania and Russia, which is very good company, of course. I'm talking about Albania, not Russia. There is no sexual education in schools. There is no. There is the most strict anti-abortion law. There is no, contraception refund, forget it. There is not same-sex union law. Polish law doesn't recognize homosexuals. They just don't exist in Poland. And even in vitro is too controversial to have any law. This is unregulated question in Poland. After you forget about political parties, you can open a clinic in Poland, do the in vitro the way you want, okay, and you're gonna be legitimized to do it, okay. This is we have a vacuum. This is a law vacuum regarding this thing because they tried to do it, and really opposition and coalition are too conservative to have any law about it. So this is another answer to the political parties.
Slawomir, okay. I mean. I feel like the dinosaur. What do you think about that? I mean, still, yes, you can make a pressure by NGOs on political parties, but those who change the law, which actually change the life, well, it still has to be done through political parties and parliament. So, I mean, you tell me that this is not needed?
Check it first. If they really change the law.
Well, no, they did.
Really? Give me 3 examples from your country. I don't know your country, but more or less I think it's similar.
Especially in Czech Republic, of course they did. Under the pressure of NGOs, they changed the law about marijuana. They did it.
I'm sorry, this is an example of the necessity of political parties or not?
Yeah. Well, I mean, how can you, I mean, I just, well, you need a law to, I mean, a rule of law is still, I mean, idea I somehow believe in still.
No, but the rule of law, those guys are defending the rule of law, and not Orban and not also those suckers from the, opposition. Yeah. I'm sorry, but the opposition in Hungary is not very...
But that's how they should be either replaced Well, this is an anarchistic idea.
It's not anarchistic, it's realistic idea, come on.
Well,
it's just check what is going on in your own country or in my country.
Okay, so what do you think? I mean, I'm confused. Yeah. What do you think?
No. As you said, I live in Italy, and there is an attempt somehow. So it's a very problematic question, this inside the system or outside the system. It reminds me of Rossellini when he, in the oldest age, he gave the last interview and he was speaking about the system, Hollywood system, and he said somehow the idea that through the system I could get much money to kick the system. So it's a paradoxical in a way. So you have to be inside and outside the system in a way. And you know that in Italy there's this movement of Pepe Grillo movement, which is typical...
5 stars? How is it?
5 stars, Cinque Stelle, which is a typical anti-system movement. So their slogan, their idea is, they are not a party, they are a movement. And what they say is that this political class, left and right, are the same somehow, representative of, let's say, these oligarchs in a way. They accuse the medias as their instruments, being somehow ownership. Somehow Benetton is one, or some have a Repubblica, some have a Corriere della Sera somehow, and the televisions as well. And they try to challenge this. They are saying you should go home, all. And Grillo, it's putting it in a way that's saying that we are going to take 99% or something like that. But in fact, they failed in the last elections. Now, what I think about it, they have a lot of points which I sympathize in a way. For instance, they, as far as politicians, the career of politicians is concerned, they say, you should not be all the time a politician. Why? You should be all your life a politician. We should change the law that a deputy parliament could be only 8 years. And after 8 years, he is a citizen who is going to make his own job. For instance, one of their. And they try to put the internet as the way to vote for people, as this decision making. So they have this kind of stuff. The problem is that at the end, they cannot neglect freedom. And freedom is very important. Freedom to choose, freedom to vote. And when it comes to freedom to vote, the problem is that they cannot get 100%. There are others who think differently. And what are you going to do with others who think differently? Are you going to eliminate them, to put them in jail, or you have to live together with them? Even with the oligarch you mentioned, he has his own rights. And this is the weak point of Grillo's movement. People were very much afraid even of him. He considered that it was a reaction of the system against him. It was a reaction of people who have no courage and who don't dare to change, to jump into a new thing. But this is human as well, somehow, and you have to respect it. I think very much that this depends on the context, and if you want... so my idea is that, first of all, we should, speaking of the pendulum, keep the pendulum in the area of freedom, first of all. You cannot go out of the area of freedom, first, and respect of human rights. And against violence and so on. And then I think it's very important, so you made an equality of freedom, equality of freedom, but they say that you cannot be you cannot be free without being equal, because, you know, these oligarchs we are not equal with the oligarchs because they are rich. So it's a very, very difficult, But, so in my view, we have to combine pressure with education, with bringing new values, with changing. We have to change. But how to change it when people react against change? For instance, I am, or those who think like Grillo, that maybe we should make more sociable our cities. We should somehow try to eliminate the cars and to make public spaces more affordable by people and to be together. I agree very much with the idea that we should not damage more the planet with all what the market is doing, and we should stop it. And there are a lot of things that are in common now and are somehow circulating among people. How to transform them into a change of system, if you want. It's a question mark. I think I believe in the vote. I believe that in movements who can put pressure to the parties. For instance, Grillo has influenced very much that the parties include some of his ideas. For instance, to diminish the salaries of the politicians, and etc., etc. But Grillo himself is saying we don't enter into the system because the system will corrupt us. So they want to keep clear, let's say, their vision, etc., etc. And in this sense, I think that we should make a distinction between politicians and politics as the art of, let's say, possible, and the idealist. And it was spoken yesterday and here today about literature, about art, about civil society, and so on. We should keep in the area of freedom all these elements in order to transform the society. But it's not easy. Sometimes, if the problems are accumulated, you can see the violence then bursting, and the violence very often is not bringing to freedom, but to chaos, unfortunately. And sometimes the problems, when the problems are accumulated, and I didn't speak here, but why I am an outsider, a double outsider, but just to make it short, very often in order to resolve the problems, you find an enemy. For instance, in the Balkans, our main way to resolve the problems is to find an enemy. Now we have found the Serbs, for instance, in Albania, and all problems, internal problems, are resolved because we are united against the enemy. And in this sense, I'm saying to turn back to the point, us and them, or us and me and others. To be outsider means somehow, and double outsider in this sense of mine, it's because it's a Serbian anthropologist and who has studied the role of the elites in creating nationalism during the 19th century. And he speaks about the syndrome of the double insider. A double insider, he means those historians, anthropologists, ethnologists who felt themselves part of a group who had to defend the interests of the big group they belonged to somehow. So that's why they are double insiders, parts of the small group and part of the big group they defend, saying that he's victim of another group. So this is prevailing even now in our countries, unfortunately, in the sense that our elites still, political elites and many intellectuals still have this syndrome of being double insiders, so that defend the interests of their bigger group somehow through nationalism. And so in this sense, it's very important to be outsider, and that's why to attack this. And it has to do even with the system, in a way. Somehow we need people who are out of the system, who attack the system. And then the dynamic of all of that can bring change somehow.
Look, I mean, we have one example when the political system, although it was totally corrupted, or, I mean, the communist system, it was just Václav Havel was elected the president of Czechoslovakia in December 1989 by all the parliament who were all communists there, from the old regime. So the pressure of the street and probably some negotiations with whatever, they just voted for the completely different person from Husak to Havel. So
okay, who elected Havel? Tell me.
Well, that's
communists.
That's a question.
Communists in the parliament. Who forced them? Thousands of people. Who was the first against the political parties and wrote it 1,000 times? Václav Havel.
Yes. Well, but my point is that you still needed these members of parliament, Havel, to be elected in president.
It's not that I want to. I don't want to depoliticize you, because it's a tricky thing. I partly agree with Martin. I mean, because I don't want to tell you forget about politics, which very often means politics means political parties. If you can do something inside the political parties, because there are some islands of possibility, let's say, then of course do it. It's not that political parties are always bad and we shouldn't, when we see political party, we should run away. It's not like this. The problem with political parties, that with the party systems, that they are less and less efficient. Probably it's gonna go this way. Okay, and all the examples that we have are that they do something when they are forced to do something. Okay, they don't do anything and they don't invent any ideas. They don't want to take a risk. Okay, before politics looked like this. There were different political actors, political parties. They had different agendas. They were entering the public sphere, showing their agenda in a quarrel, in an argument, and then people could choose. Okay, what they do now, before they enter to the public sphere, before they say something, they want already to check what do you think by public polls, political marketing, everything. Most of their money they spent on it, on focus surveys and everything. Check the budgets. Mostly they do it like this. So they check first, then they create their message. They come and they tell you what you already think. Okay, but no on view. I respect you strongly, but none of you is born with your ideas about GMO, climate change, or taxes or something. You get your ideas when you see them, and you see them when they are in a public sphere, but they don't deliver you anymore. They reproduce what you already know. This is why the substance is disappearing from the public sphere. This is very problematic. So if you can do it, do. If you cannot do it, don't fix your mind on political parties, because maybe they're gonna disappear.
But may I make a question? May I make a question?
I agree with you completely. I mean, it's just.
I agree with you.
Well, no, you wanted to ask,
my question is.
I stop you for a second. I just forgot the public to ask the questions. I mean, I was so much involved in the debate, so. You just, but you still have the question.
No, my question is that I believe that you need right and left, as you said, as far as I understood. But how should they be represented then?
First, you need the difference. How they will represent it,
and how could
whatever, if they
because this is the problem of Grillo. He is somehow transversal movement. Some say he is representing the right, some say he's representing the left, and where is the place of the others? Then it's a question mark. And how can it be?
Take this example of 1989. There were no political parties that made the change here. There were the people who created or supported the representation, because the representation formed themselves against the party. And look, and ask yourself a question. Havel was elected 4 times. Never in the common election. Never by the ordinary people. Ask yourself if for the 2nd, 3rd, 4th time really Havel will be elected. All the dissidents disappeared from Polish politics after a few years after 1989. I can give you examples of the purest, most honest, beautiful people, because a lot of some of the people who went to the dissident movement went very crazy, because somehow you had to be crazy to change your life to the way and put everything against the reality. Okay, you needed really big, brave. Sometimes it meant that you're crazy, and we have some, a lot of examples of it. But other people were just so honest that they, by their stomachs, they couldn't agree to what they saw around. Those people, all of them disappeared from the party politics because they were not cynical enough to agree to the party political process that they had already. Draw your conclusions from it.
One remark is that, yes, but then, the communist system, when the hundreds of thousands of people came to the squares, well, the system was different in that they started to be so scared of these crowds that they just collapsed. Well, if you have hundreds of thousands of people now in Budapest, I don't think...
Again, somebody please.
Orban, you don't need to...
You start to accept the truth.
I think that, Orban will not disappear. He will just stay in the power. So it's different, the system is different. But there was a question. We should give the floor to the public, because it's just, we are too much...
Is there any mic?
The mics are gone, all of them, because somebody's very pissed off.
I had two questions, really. One, I guess, is a little provocative. It's about what you said.
Can you enjoy
it? I'm Matthew Cruikshank from Eurozine. I'm the editor of Time to Talk. The first question is a little bit provocative. It's going back to what Mr. Šimečka said about the sort of protest outside a politician's house. And I kind of thought, actually, we see all these examples of where people use a public position for private gain with impunity, or more or less with impunity. I wonder, actually, if it isn't to some extent useful, actually, to know that if you are going to use a public position for private gain, that you will, as a private individual, have to suffer for, or at least take responsibility for, what you've then done. And I also thought about the sort of concerns that you had about lack of control and how that could go out of control. And I kind of think some of the big problems with protests nowadays are that they are too controlled. You have your agreed protest zones, you have people who are actually involved because of this career aspect, because of individual ambition. And actually maybe to have real change, you need to have a certain lack of control, perhaps, to have a certain dynamic in there. That would be the first question, which is a little bit more provocative. The second question is going back to what we've been sort of saying about party politics, about career politics. First of all, I'd say, I think maybe one of the big problems here is that there's been a disconnection with the root basis. So you have political machines which are aiming for votes, at least in the cases of the mainstream parties, and that means that actually they're aiming for the centre ground wherever that is in their own countries, and they're not connected with the reasons they came to exist in the first place, which was obviously as a result of some form of movement which had some problem it wanted to resolve. But if we're looking at career politics, I would ask, in your case, actually, if that could not be a problem, having these short-term representative periods, if people would not always then have their minds on the career after politics, if there wouldn't be subsequent employment always there on one side when they think about the actions they take as a politician. And on the other hand, I was thinking as regards party politics, and I was wondering actually if you think it's possible to avoid that, if people don't automatically always form into some sort of blocks of interests, or at least connections between their different interests, and if that isn't something which then always consolidates over time, and if it's possible to avoid that even happening. Those would be my two questions, or I suppose the last questions were a bit more mixed, but the first question at least, and then these questions about career politics and party politics afterwards.
Well, we may collect it. I mean, is there anybody? Yes, there is another.
Haris Pašović, East West Sarajevo. So it seems I'm thinking about the observation that social protest is difficult to turn into social movement, and also a notion about a new left. So it seems that the conservatives or ultra-conservatives, they are very clear in their policy. They say traditional family, no abortion, no gays, no Jews, no Muslims. I mean, they're very clear, they say, and they do what they say. Yeah? They have also very clear and powerful representation. They are represented by God, by priests, by politicians. They have their NGOs, and they have the leaders of their NGOs. They have a very solid funding coming from church and businesses. Concerning the new left, it doesn't seem that at the moment there is a clear policy of the new left. We feel the need for it, but it doesn't really seem to be as clear as the policy of the conservatives. And because of that clarity, conservatives are international, they are very well connected, they agree about all these things. Also, it doesn't seem clear who represents the new left. But my question is, who funds the new left?
Okay, so is there another question somewhere? Do I see any hands? Yeah, there is.
Mitchell Cohen from the City University of New York. You know, when I listened to your conversation today, and coming from a representative democracy which has substantial troubles of its own right now, I was constantly struck by until the tail end, the avoidance of the discussion of the question of representation. It's not enough to just say representation. In fact, the idea of representative democracy and the health of political parties there's a symbiotic relationship between them since the 18th century, Britain being perhaps the best example. And the word representation has different meanings and has also been debated in significant ways, from Edmund Burke to John Stuart Mill. Does representation mean that you take the temperature, the political temperature of your constituents, or does it mean that you function as a kind of trustee because most of your constituents are not going to go home after work and study tax bills, which is your job? And tied to that is in a way, one thing that struck me is the absence of the question of what it means to have self-government. Because what it means to have self-government is tied to representative democracy, responding to the deficiencies of representative democracy. Political parties have been an essential part of representative democracy. You're absolutely correct that they've been hollowed out and in some ways become more of electoral machines than political movements. But nonetheless, what is the level of self-government? How is that actually institutionalized? I'm sorry, I'm speaking as like a political scientist, which is unfortunately or fortunately what I am. One has to talk about these institutional questions, not only existential questions, and the desire to rebel against bad politicians. Where I come from, there have been constant movements to say politicians should be in office only a limited amount of time, which sounds very appealing. And then who's there for 20 years and knows everything about everything? The lobbyists who are working for corporations. And so the idea that parties need to be counterbalances either to economic forces or to the lobbies working for them but becomes a very real question. I sometimes have the feeling, and I'll end it with this, I had the good fortune of being in parts of your part of the world during '89 and after, and the idea of a civil society was proclaimed against suffocating abusive regimes, and then you got slapped by the back of the invisible hand. Without having, and I shouldn't, maybe I'm being unfair because I don't read the literature from here, without a sufficient question of what are successful institutions of democracy, and running political parties can be really boring. It's not as dramatic as certain political gestures, but it's necessary for the health and survival of a political system, which is tied to the level of self-government. And after being slapped by the back of the invisible hand, I get the impression from some friends well, what's our answer to solving the problem? Europe. But Europe itself is a very unresolved question if you want to ask the democratic question of what self-government means and what a citizenship, the citizens who take responsibility for each other. I'll stop there.
Okay, so we go in order. I mean, I just feel, that I should say something about your question, about this provocative question. And again, it's 25 years ago. It was these huge crowds on the square, and I was one of those who, we organized these crowds, and we have constantly. The biggest. The Velvet Revolution as a title. Well, it didn't come from the idea so that we are so nice. It came from fear. We were so scared of two things. Either that police would come and beat us with the army and whatever and kill us. The other was being scared of the crowd, that you needed just a single moment and the crowd could blow out in anger and hatred. So the Velvet Revolution, the idea of being velvet, being nice, actually came from two big fears of uncontrolled, or one controlled by regime and one uncontrolled hatred. So that's what I am a little bit careful about all this on the crowds, which are based on anger, and which use their anger in a very concrete detail, like coming in front of the very one human being, whoever it is, an asshole, whatever. It doesn't matter. It's not abstract anymore. It's clear hatred organized and put in front of somebody. And I think that's not about the system. Then it's all about anything else. So that's my worry. But let's do the questions. There was this. I didn't quite well, but this career politics and party politics. Well, it's a basic question. But what do you think? I can't put the question shortly, but you did listen. What do you think as the old veteran? Is it still worth?
The old veteran?
I tell you that you are the old veteran.
As an old veteran, sorry. No, listen, in this discussion, I think that we need movements. But movements are like the Italians say, the period of innamoramento, the period, so to speak of love, when we fall in love. It's this period, which is a period that we, as if we touch eternity somehow, God, some say. But this is a period that has its own, it's very necessary, but needs to be institutionalized in, let's say, a marriage, if I can use it. And this has to do very much not to make the error the communists made and other totalitarian systems made, that they were thinking that there is not any gap between ideals and reality. So that there is a gap between ideals and reality. We cannot fulfill this gap. When we are in the time of this innamoramento, of this falling in love, we think that we can fulfill this gap. But then we see that the pros of marriage, or not marriage, but let's say that's end of this period, it's something else. But it's normal, and we have to. That's why I think that these movements, in a way or another way, should be institutionalized, and maybe political parties, maybe different sort of, but still need to be institutionalized and changing. And history has shown that could be different forms of being institutionalized. As far as the question of the left, who will sponsor the left? I think it's a very important question. I think it's a very important question, and I live in a country which, as you know, was very close to Italy, and when we tried to build the system, the new system, we took very much Italian example. And what is Italian example was Berlusconism. And what is Berlusconism? Is the oligarch who, after creating his money, he created his media empire, and then he jumped into politics. And he somehow neglected the so-called conflict of interest somehow. In Italy they say there were no conflict of interest because all interests are in the same hands somehow. So now, and Umberto Eco called this mediatic regime. So it was no more a regime using police, but using medias. So the idea of who will sponsor the left, for me, it's linked very much with the idea of just to resolve this conflict of interest somehow. And especially media. Now media is maybe changed with internet. Some say that with internet we are somehow more free from these medias who are controlled. I think yes and no, because they can control even internet if they have the money and the power. But I think it's very important for me. I'm among those who think that we should very much stress to public television, that we don't have more public television. In Albania, for instance, it's very weak. We have only private televisions in the American style and controlled by these oligarchs. So one of the things is to make what I said before, the socialization of responsibilities. One of the things is just to resolve the problem of conflict of interest, and maybe politicians should not and here is the system that we try to build, somehow a new system. Politicians who cannot be in the same time very rich businessmen and media owners and stuff like that. And in this sense, then of course these examples of Obama is giving, if you find in the world there are examples that we can pick up to build a new system without making a revolution. So there are things working. For instance, I am very much against publicity, for instance, as a manipulation of the market makes to our brain, and if you go to Sweden, you find laws that they don't allow, for instance, publicity for children under 12 years old, and so you find a lot of examples of as ecology is concerned. So I think that the left could be sponsorized by taxpayers, and I think that there is the idea that we need more or less bigger, stronger state or weaker state in front of this market which is growing. And I am with the idea that we need a stronger state, but not an authoritarian state, a state which controls somehow this. And if in this way the state can control the more complicated the market is and more great the market it is, more we need to control it, and this can, in this way, we can find ways how to sponsor the left and to socialize the responsibilities.
Well, this is that's a good question because about the funding, because again, in the past, the dissidents had one big luxury. They had a lot of time to think and write, and I had a dream job as a stoker. I mean, I was working 1 in 4 days, and even that 24 hours, I really worked only 3 hours. The rest, I was just at home. So it was a dream job, and I was paid by a university professor, and I had a lot of time. So actually, the system funded me somehow, if I take it now from this point of view. The question is now, who funds you? Not only about money, it's also about how much time can you give to the social, to thinking, writing, being active, because you also have something to live from.
First, may I get back to the representation question? But I can arrive. I will arrive.
But you can, of course.
And do you know which is the only good system? A sound system. So anyway, yeah, there is actually this comes from graffiti or something like that. The only good system is a sound system. Probably says the audiophiles. Okay, this was a joke. But to get back to the question of representation, I think that parties are needed, and they are useful because the power technique allows you to just interpret the certain points or a certain amount of information. And if you would like to make representative democracy with 200 representatives, then how would you decide? So on the one hand, I disagree with you, Slawomir, because there is somehow it's an ultimate need for parties, because they are how do I say so the power is at the parties. They work for their logic better if you are just an independent actor. But on the other hand, the playground of politics is not just consists of parties. There are a lot of other players there. One player might be a demonstration, the other player might be a movement, a third player might be the NGOs. Unfortunately, currently in Hungary, the NGOs are under attack, not the government by any NGOs. But just an example for what can happen when a movement tries to express something which they would like to happen. 2 years before, we made 6 points with the student network. A week later, one party arrived to the parliament with our 6 points and a big molino, and they showed the 6 points. Unfortunately, 2 weeks before, I learned that they actually called the student network movement and said that they will do this, and somebody knew about this already. I just learned it 2 weeks before. Anyway, this was a case when some demonstrations, a new movement influenced party politics, and this is somehow representation already. If parties, so you said previously that, they just, make surveys and then they know what you think and then they will represent it. But somehow, yeah, partly this is their job. On the other hand, their job is to influence. Okay, if you're a professional politician, you're professional in philosophy, in politics, and in social sciences, you have the responsibility to tell that, okay, I know that you hate the Jews who will finance the new left, but, they are people like you. Can you understand this? I'm saying this to the society. Okay, so we arrive to the funding. I pretty much don't care who will fund the new left. It's a must that somebody should fund it, and they should not ask anything. By this I mean the financing of anything should be totally independent of any idea. I mean, like, the financer should not tell that, okay, I will give you this money, but only if your party logo will be blue or anything. You mean, so I think this is one and most important thing, handling any money, that who gives and who receives should not be in that relation that they will influence.
Well, that's very nice, but is already happened? I mean, does it happen already? I mean, that I mean, you're not movement, but this demonstration has to be organized or whatever. I mean, there should be. Is there any money there?
Yeah. Okay. Just two projects so one about the demonstrations. From 6 to 10 people went with boxes around the crowd, and we got back a lot of money. I mean, like, the second demonstration, we collected more than 2 million forints, which is around 6,000 euros, something like that. So we was able to finance the demonstrations. I mean, like, you know, the sound system, which is the only good system. Yeah, from public money. I mean, like, the people gave it to us, and then we posted on the Facebook and our web page that you gave this many money, and we use this many money, and we'll use the rest because we got some left. We made a lot of demonstration before when we lost around 3,000 euros. Yeah, so that happened as well. On the other hand, I participate in a project sponsored by or funded by the Norwegian Fund, which is under attack in Hungary recently. But this is the same case, and this is the case what I was talking about. We had an idea, we voted down, they gave the money, they don't ask anything, just what you wrote down should be done.
Okay, Slavik, so I think it's your final word, because then I think it's...
Okay, I'll tell you where the money...
Tell us.
Actually, but I would like to answer all those questions. I can begin with money. But the question is money, agenda, not agenda. You started with the money, but you also said agenda, leftist agenda, as opposed to conservative agenda and representation, okay? Actually, my main job is fundraising. And it's not about 6,000 euros, but because we have the budget of the organization, which has 5 cultural centers, which has Institute for Advanced Study daily, 3 journals, and does almost 1,500 projects a year only in Poland, and we are in Ukraine and in Russia, is few $1 million. And we had to gather it on every year, okay? So this is a real money. I mean, 6,000 euros probably Berlusconi spends on the cigarettes a month, probably at most. And actually demonstrations are cheap, especially in the era of Facebook. The problem is what you get for it, like in the long term. The other example you get is an example of NGOs. The Norwegian fund, we get also from them sometimes money, and it's a much bigger money than 6,000 euros, okay, of course, but this is NGO financing, and actually we do the same. We have a publishing house which is pretty successful, so it's let's say 20% of the budget. Big fundraising, so guys are like Soros or big American or European foundations or European Commission is a second source, and small fundraising, people like just regular people or some, you know, we are very active in the field of art or field of culture, we get some money also from, you know, organizing this stuff. So, but we developed for those 13 years many ways how to gather the money, and you can really get it if you really want, and you're like, you know, it is possible. We've proven it many times, but we did it without being a political party. Without being a political party, we created agenda. We proven that we are very efficient, also changing the law. And if you look at your own country, and if you look what your friends or our common friends are saying, like Michael Kazin, who wrote the book, how the social movements, like he checked what happened to the American law in the 20th century, and he realized that not parties, but 4 strong social movements: civil rights movement, feminist movement, LGBT movement, and anti-war movement, they are responsible for a big majority of what has changed. Actually, your party works not as a like party pluralism, so everybody can invent your own party. You cannot really do it. They work as a civil servants, groups of people who must be influenced by the social movement so they can do something. Last year, your parties alone together almost defaulted your country, which is the richest country in the world. People, civil servants, were not taking pensions and money for like, I don't know, few weeks in America, not in Kenya, okay? So this was what your two political parties did, okay? Not the regular people. Yeah, because you don't have any more. I'm sorry. Actually, if we together can try to start new, and you're gonna get the real answer to your question. But regarding the parties and the Jews, actually, please notice one thing. The problem, the real problem, and please, I'm not just personal enemy of political parties. Again, if they can be useful, do it, take it, go there. If they can't be useful, try to do it another way, okay? Be smart, don't stick your mind to political party or other thing. But actually the problem with political parties is like another American intellectual, very pretty described, Thomas Frank. Why people vote against their own interest? Because this is the problem. People are voting for Bush, and Bush are cutting tax poor people, and they are cutting taxes for the richest people. It happens everywhere in the world. They did the same with Kaczynski. They elected Kaczynski, and what Kaczynski did, implemented the flat tax. So now if you paid higher tax, you open your entrepreneurship, you pay almost nothing, okay? And this is what happens everywhere. I don't know how it goes in Slovakia, but people are voting against their own interest, and these parties serve as a filter to make it possible, okay? And last point regarding the representation. Parties is a very, very fragile question, because when started the real problem with anti-Semitism, the real problem with anti-Semitism and the real danger to Jews began when the three empires collapsed. And representative democracy make it able to have massive anti-Semitism in Europe. Before, Jewish communities were dealing with one person, okay, and they can negotiate pretty not bad conditions. After it, a big part of society, anti-Semitic society, started to have a big to give a big problem to the Jewish communities. It's not an argument against the political parties. It's just an argument that always politics will be about the people and agenda. And now I'm coming to your question. Actually, conservative agenda, as you mentioned it and describe it, is no agenda. Because what is it? Come on, family. It's not a political question. Okay, you don't need politics to create your family, actually. The politics starts a bit higher. If you take all those political philosophers, beginning with Hegel, who invented the notion of civil society, you have these three levels. Family, the last level is state, and something behind is a civil society. And here begins politics. Conservative agenda is under it, okay? So they are trying rather to stop the left. If you look what happened in 19th century, what was the dictionary of the left, democracy was the first word. It was a very particular leftist agenda. It was not a common idea. Conservatives were not the friends of democracy. Okay, now when left made it common question and no one can oppose it, then of course even conservatives will support as many other things. Okay, so this is the problem with agenda is always a leftist problem. Okay, and now what can make representation still possible? Because of course I agree with you, representation is a necessary and you cannot avoid it. The question that must be answered is how to regain sovereignty again, so you can really choose your politics, your economic politics mostly, because now you cannot really choose it. In America, it is still possible, but America creates 1/4 of the global GDP. It's not the case in any other country except of China. And actually the problem with China is that China proved that you don't need democracy for the development. So this is another problem. But I believe that we can regain, I believed it a bit more stronger before, not now, but I still think that it is only possible when we go to the supranational level. EU was a project to regain sovereignty, so you can again choose your politics on this level. And then if political parties can be efficient, I'm the first to subscribe to them, okay? So more or less this would be my answer. Let me take my notes. Yeah.
Okay, I think I have no idea what's the time about, but I think we had been talking along, and I don't want the public to be dead and tired. But I enjoyed that very much, my friends. I mean, I just got a lot of information from you, and I think it's well. If I, as an old veteran, I would say, well, if the youngers are like you, I will be happy then. I just can imagine that my life is not anymore. I mean, I don't need any then to start again with politics, because you will do it much better than me. What do you think? I mean, they don't need us anymore, do they?
Oh, we need you, Mark.
Okay, that was a rhetoric question. I don't need an answer. I was happy with...
Yes, but I have an answer to that. You know what Picasso says? It needs a lot of time to become... I needed a lot of time to become young. And there is sense in that.
There is also one good example, very well known, what Roosevelt said when the people came to him saying, like, do something with the crisis. Okay, and Roosevelt said, okay, I agree with you. Now go to the streets and force me. You know it.
Yes,
okay.
I think the history is a little more complicated.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay, everything is complicated. That's a very good sentence to the end. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming, and thank you my guests. I enjoyed it very much. Thank you. That was nice. Thank you. So, you're on to the new big thing. I enjoyed it very much, my dear. Thank you.